have to
Yeah,
scam
I'm a little
Rydrick
bit-
to scam Aquasaber.
Yeah,
To not
I'm a
scam
little bit
Aquasaber.
scared of that result, actually.
To scam or not to scam.
And you're having way more fun.
Well, I appreciate being, Oh, fuck you, you piece of dickhead. Thank you. Oh my god, can I just have a moment? Fucking nerd. He lipped so hard. He lip? What?
Oh, Henty! Fuck you. Oh! Eat shit it down! I did not cause that. That did not happen because of me. Don't ignore chat, ignore stream. That did not happen because of something I did.
Oh, you're almost dead.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you got more.
That guy's.
Can I throw this rock at the kids? Wait. Holy shit. Did you see his head? That's awesome. Get fucking domed, idiot.
They're being again. No, we're not.
Crazy guy.
Not
crazy
all the
guy,
time.
Crazy guy. Crazy guy.
Crazy's Blushy's You're sweating there, getting freaky. Zaw gets super freaky. Zaw, can I tell him that one story?
No.
The one with the W.
Then pooper.
Bastard to hell.
It can't be. Something's wrong. He's not the real poop killer.
He's not the real poop killer. That would be me.
Damn, bro. Now what? What do we do?
Us? Oh no. Buddy. I just...
Have sex, have sex, have sex, have sex. I fucking hate that scene so much.
Yep.
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Hard. So.
Thank you, Swaggy. Don't have anything. What did you just say? I still like it anyway. Drive it. Oh my god.
Maybe a revenant.
Took my fucking mouse. I don't know. I took my hands off my mouse and keyboard. It scared me so bad. Holy shit. Our sanity is shit, Morgan. We're below 40. Holy fuck.
Oh, parade! Welcome! You're in! The precious little fox friend! Look at her go!
Oh, yeah.
Big strong penis?
The fuck did you just...
Said big strong penis. I'm with the raid. The raiders know what's good.
Yeah, they got that heavy meat on display. That's crazy.
Oh fuck.
They got that hefty shit. I'm sure the context. I'm sure the context is no way better. I'm sure.
Yeah. Heavy. Damn. That's the shit I like.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was cordage. Do you have any cordage?
What?
Or
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. Ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Take me back to a time where I dogmatically refused to stream on Saturdays. Hey there, everybody. Hello? Hello, welcome. How do you do with hullabaloo and all that good stuff, too? Welcome in. Big ups, everybody, coming on through. Big ups to all the dinguses out there. The dinkers, the donkers, the ding-dongs, the dingateers, the dingoids, the swollen, double, and extra ones, and expanded style individuals, peoples, and persons existing in the right here, right now, present day, present time, currently and presently listening to the sound of my voice right now. And the bigger big ups going out there to the dinguses, the dinkers, the donkers, the ding-dongs, the dingateers, the dingoids, the swollen, double underscore ones, and expanded style individuals, peoples, and persons who are surely, maybe, possibly, probably going to be existing soon in the immediate and far-flung future, including, but not limited to, the following names that I'm about to read out. If you would like to be included in this list of names that I am about to read out, all you have to do is type something right now. Names such as...
Hello, Spando. How you doing, dude?
Like Old Man. How you doing, Dingus? I'm doing great, Old Man. Thank you for asking. Well, I did wake up a little later than I would have liked today, and immediately took my meds because I woke up with the headaches coming back in full force. But it's stimmied. We've stimmied ourselves. They've been stimmied. They have been dealt with for the moment. I have to retake them again in a couple hours, but I should be able to remind myself. But I'm not crabby. At least I'm not crabby today. Hi, Old Man. Hello. Hello, Bike711. Hello, Blue William. Hello, SPF. Hello, Rent Check. Hello, Awesome Knight. Hello, Zerpatchy. Hello, Bucky. Hello, Kurono. Arlo's Quest. Well, here's the thing. There is no Medicare today. I thought he was going to be streaming, but he ended up not putting out any kind of tweet, and there's nothing in my sub box, so I suppose he's just far too sick as he was last week to put the stream on this week. We're never getting that Medicare Patrick Tomlinson segment. It seems to be something right now. Include me, or it means you hate me. I did include you. Hi, Awesome Knight. Restarted because he rewinded. Yeah, that's pretty much the excuse here. Here, you're gonna see it in real time. There it is. Hi, Perez. Hello, PG. Perez. I thought you were with Anne on Helldivers 2. Maybe you are, and you're just multitasking right now. Alright, here's my reasoning for this. Yes, I did rewind last stream because I hit the restart code like a millisecond too late, and it counted the death. So it made the deathless ending attempt null and void. I did rewind to save it, but upon retrospect, upon finishing the last stream and really giving some days to kind of stew on it, I was like, you know what, this is hypocritical of me. Even if I was a millisecond too late, it still is on me. You know, restarting via the in-game restart combination, you know, that is just the flaw of the game that I am abusing in order to get the deathless ending. You could, in theory, and many have, done that on a Game Boy Color system. Therefore, I see that as valid. You know, I bet most people got the deathless ending that way, but actually rewinding, I suppose is valid to a lot of other people, but to me, who has only rewound before on Gex 3 on the Game Boy Color, I kind of don't want to make that a habit. So, thinking about it, I could have pushed along and I could have like justified it as saying, well, I mean, at least I didn't rewind to before I died. I only rewound to when Link was spinning right before his death. You know, I couldn't square myself away. I couldn't sleep at night staring at the ceiling, because I could not help but suffer from the fact that I had actually rewound, and the chat allowed me to get away with it. So I'm gonna do what you guys couldn't hold my feet to the fire for. I'm actually gonna restart the run. It's not cope, I'm actually accepting it. Cope would be trying to justify it and continuing the playthrough as if it's still valid. I'm telling you right now, it's not valid, so I erased it. It would be cope if I continued playing. But we're gonna give it another go. Oh, what a relief! I thought you'd never wake up. You were tossing and turning. What? Zelda? No, my name's Marin. You must still be feeling a little woozy. You are on Kohulit Island. I think that's the correct pronunciation for the island, by the way. Like, no one's really corrected me on that. Oh man, I love going back to being unable to lift rocks. Follow the lane south to reach the beach where I found you. Since you washed ashore, lots of nasty monsters have been in the area, so be careful, okay? How come she didn't get my, like, sword and shield for me? I guess, you know, what's-his-face got the shield. Ah, this stream again. You know, the game does take place in a dreamlike setting, so for us to really relive it, like, is that not just in line with the nature of the game and how dreams operate? Well, Link, you finally snapped out of it. Name's Taran. I hope you're feeling better. What? How did I know your name? You think it's weird, huh? Well, I saw it on the back of this shield, dummy. So how come Taran was able to get the shield but not the sword? How come Marin didn't see the sword? I guess we're just supposed to believe it washed elsewhere on the beach, and they just didn't see it. Spoilers, yeah, spoilers for the 30-year-old game. True. All right, but we're gonna do another honest attempt. Now, of course, again, the in-game restart is fine because you are able to do that on original hardware. But I can't. I literally could not square it away. I can't do the rewind and save stating thing unless your game starts with the word Gex. Gotta do it the honest way. Yeah, see, push all the buttons at once. Even the game tells you that you can do that. Therefore, that is acceptable. But yeah, no Medicare today. I guess we can watch some Arlo since I'm redoing segments. You wanna watch some Arlo, guys? No, don't, guys, don't leave. No, come on, they're good videos, I swear. He's console warring. He has a new video on the console war. I'm a Kodo Simp. Ow. Oh, that's right, yeah, I did. Unless your name starts... No, you know what? No one reminds me about Croc. I did do it for Croc 1 GB for the puzzles, because you got only one attempt at the puzzles every level, and I felt like we were saving time by doing it that way. So, fair. I legit forgot I did it on Croc. I wasn't trying to hide from it. I straight up forgot. But yeah, since I'm redoing gameplay, we haven't had one of these segments in a while. We'll go ahead and toss it up here. Hi, Shag. I'm replaying the beginning of Link's Awakening because I fucked up my no-def run. Is that these swollen dingus hanging out with the fish of the winds on these swollen islands? Yeah. Hi, Zoomers. Hello. Hoi. Hoi there. I took a death last stream, and I didn't do the insta restart combo in time, so I used rewind, and I've been feeling disgusted with myself internally ever since. So I'm just gonna redo the whole adventure. Not that I got extraordinarily far. We'll see how far I can get back tonight. Yeah, I did rewind. Yeah, and I feel bad. I can justify it with Gex and I guess Croc, but like I can't do it with Zelda. Hi, Doxplain. Thoughts on me restarting the whole game. Thoughts. I could do this with the N64 controller, hold on. Alright, yeah, we're gonna play Link's Awakening with the Nintendo 64 controller. Yes! Should be possible, should be more than doable. Let's see. Did that? Okay, I felt like that briefly messed with the music. Is that just me? Oh wait, I think I gotta also do... Hold up. There we go. Yeah, it did sound kind of weird. But it's also, I do have it quieter than usual. Hi, Sixter. I'm about to toss up the Muppet. Now, Zixter, I'm restarting my Deathless run, because you did see and expose me for rewinding, and deep down, I felt disgusted with it before, after the last stream. So I'm doing, even if it takes me more streams now for Link's Awakening, which I wasn't even supposed to commit myself to since I had already played a version of it beforehand. Even if it takes me longer to get to Ocarina now, I would be beside myself if I didn't restart the run. So here I am, doing such thing. Yeah, but you've critiqued my save stating before, Zookster. So you should like this. You should like me restarting the whole game. Okay, but Muppet time. Hi, Aqua.
So Nintendo.
Okay, so this is the first of the many videos I have lined up because he did assault my sub box. He says, this confirmation is kind of huge! And I think this is revolving around that interview with Miyamoto that I mentioned last week.
Nintendo's gotten into this habit of creating movies based on the Super Mario Brothers intellectual
Oh my god,
property.
this feels so silly.
And we've definitely had
I'll
some
play with the
instances
N64 controller,
where,
yeah.
certain games have been published by the company with a pretty
Put that in the
fortuitous
title.
timing in relation to the release of the movies. We had the
Hi, Alpha Elite. How goes it? Well, I'm on these pills now because of this thing that I have to go see a specialist for. I am not dying, Alpha, but things could be better. I'm basically getting some migraines, and these pills kind of numb it. They kind of numb it. But today I woke up with them fucking pounding me. So I gotta pop these like every 8 hours, and then in mid-August I can get it looked into and perhaps felted for good. I'm playing this with the N64 controller. You can't see, but perhaps if I do this, you still can't see because of how I have it set up. But perhaps if I do, because I cropped it, right there on the left, you can see I'm using the N64 controller. You are able to, or the Game Boy app. The music does fuck up when you go back to it from the home menu. That's interesting. Dingus exposing himself like Cyrax? No, I died last stream, Goon, but I was too late to use the instant death free combo, the instant death restart combo, so I rewound, not to before when I died, but I rewound to the death sequence, and then did the combo. But thinking back, I felt bad about it, and I was like, you know, that doesn't really count. That is going against everything I've said about rewinding and save stating. Despite the fact that I've save stated like 2 other games before, Gex and Croc on Game Boy. I was like, you know what? No, I don't feel good about that. Not for a game like Zelda. We're gonna restart the whole playthrough. So, that's what I'm doing. Oh, yeah, wait, how do I do the combo on here? Wait, we need to test that out. I can't... Wait, what is select on here? Oh, wait, this could be... Am I not even allowed to do the combo on this one? I wish I could... Well, man, I actually kind of want to use this controller. I might be able to map it, you're right. Oh, I can't do ZL. Oh, there's a ZR button, but not a... Oh, man. I can't even bring up the menu to remap it. Like, it's playable, but... there's no select button. Yeah, but on the Game Boy, you need ZL plus ZR. So I'm holding it, but it's not detecting a ZL input. Oh wait, oh is it Z? Hold up. Okay, it's Z. Now can I change it? What is select map to? Oh, it thinks I'm using a Pro controller. Okay. What could I map select to? Maybe one of the C buttons? I can even use the D-pad for this, it's saying. Yeah, I'm thinking we're gonna have to use it for one of the C buttons. I wonder what it detects that as. Probably a right stick input? Okay, so if I was to do that... I'm gonna do GoldenEye to see if you can get by the first enemy without dying. I already did that during the marathon, I just didn't finish it. C left for select and C down for start, perhaps. Well, start's fine. It's an N64 controller, so I got the start button down. Okay, so... Wait, what am I doing wrong? I thought I was able to do this before. Oh, you select the button that you want to map it to? What should I map? Wait. Am I able to map it? Oh, wait, never mind. No, you're right. Sorry. No, yeah. So I forgot. So let's see. We'll do... And I just did this with Star Fox 64. Okay, so that should be C down, because most of the games interpret the right stick as the C buttons. I get the sick pass. And then... I actually kind of like Alpha Elite's suggestion. You really bought these expensive? No, Dogsplain said you're not gonna like... Or he didn't see... Okay, how did he say it exactly? He didn't say you're not gonna like... Dogsplain, specifically Dogsplain, you can point at Dogsplain. Dogsplain said, if you're gonna play Ocarina of Time for the first time, you have to play it with an N64 controller. You need to play it with an N64 controller. So he gave me an eShop card and said, order it, and leftovers are for whatever you like. That is specifically what he did and said, and I did not ask this of them. He just did it. So this is the first of the NSO controllers I have. I don't have any of the other of these kind of special controllers, Goon. Just so you know. I want to say that I'm a Nintendo toddler. I didn't buy any other fancy controllers. I will say though, the craftsmanship of the controller is quite authentic and true to life and the source. Like it really I compared it with one of the ones I have in my closet from the one of the OG controllers I have. It's pretty good. The stick is very like... if you've ever held an N64 controller before, you probably know the sticks as being like worn down and weary. This shit feels like, what the hell? Like, I feel like it's it might be too authentic to what the controllers were like back in the day. Like, who's to say all the sticks that exist now are worn down? Okay, so this should be good. I just want to double check. I would like to play it with the N64 controller. Let's see. So we have... Well, start still works. Now, if I do... 4 of these buttons. Isn't it AB plus start? There, okay, there it is. So it does work with that. Now let's try the other combo because I mapped 2 buttons to it. There should be 2 ways to do the combo. Oh, was it this? Was it this one? There it is. Okay, so it does work both ways. I just gotta be quite precise with the timing. I could also play with the D-pad. The stick works. I feel like, you know, this is D-pad gaming. We should do it with the D-pad. Ah, yes, we are playing with the N64 controller while also holding it in such a way that no one who ever plays with an N64 controller would ever hold a controller in said way. We're holding it... I'm no longer touching the middle part of the controller. I'm holding the left and right sides. And this is very weird. I imagine this is how people held the controller when they saw it for the first time at the 1995 Nintendo Space World event. Alright. Where were we? Oh, Arlo. Okay, Arlo's talking about the Miyamoto interview regarding the, their process and the processes in which they, like, commissioned Star Fox and Yoshi and Princess Peach Showtime. You play Pokemon Stadium like that? No, maybe, perhaps other people did. I did not. Mostly because I played it with the Pro Controller. But if I had it back in the day on a cartridge, I probably would have played it like that.
Original Mario movie, and around that time we had the release of Princess Peach Showtime. And then with the Super Mario Galaxy movie, it had a big focus on Yoshi and Fox McCloud. And it just so happens that recently we got a new Yoshi game, and we got a new Star Fox game. So, like, from a marketing perspective, it definitely, like, makes sense to kind of line
virtually that wasn't one of the ones that I got the cartridge for.
So we're gonna create these kinds of games around the same time. It's a cross pollination, cross marketing kind of thing. Like, it makes a lot of sense.
This was worth a video.
It was one of those things where, like, it could be that
the premise of the video, right? So Miyamoto had an interview and he confirmed what we already knew. Oh, if we're gonna put Fox in a movie, we probably should have a Star Fox game. Oh, if we're gonna have Peach have a big role in the first Mario movie, Peach should probably have a video game. Oh, if we know we're gonna have Yoshi with a big role in the second Mario movie, oh, gee golly, I guess we better have a Yoshi game, right? This is worth a video? Hi, DG Filthy Rich. Hello, sir.
Movies have been influencing the games, or perhaps even vice versa. I think just we didn't want to assume anything, because it's really hard to assume things with Nintendo, you know? Like, any other
when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me.
Like, that's
mostly
absolutely
Arlo.
why we got a new Yoshi and a new Star Fox, and that's absolutely why Peach got her own game around the time of the first movie. Like, absolutely. Why else would this be happening? But with Nintendo, we've always got to doubt. We've always got to have that little grain of salt, because they work in such mysterious, strange ways, and they don't.
Yeah,
like
they're
to do
a mysterious and
things the way other people
strange
do it,
company.
Even when it feels.
They march to the beat of their own drum.
You know, even when it feels just like the most obvious thing in the world, the most obvious marketing strategy in the world, they don't do that. They don't give in to pressure. Like, oh, just because we're making a movie that has a Yoshi in it doesn't mean we're gonna give you a Yoshi game. They're nothing if not stubborn. So we didn't want to assume anything. Even recently, yeah, even like with Fox is in the movie, and it's like, oh, does that mean we're gonna get a new game? And then suddenly we get a new game. Even then, didn't want to assume. However,
I guess the assumption at the time was that would lead to a new Star Fox game, but that it was either early in development, or maybe they were waiting to see how Fox would be received in the movie before deciding to greenlight something. And people were like, you know what? Yeah, we like them. And then it was like, okay, we'll greenlight a new game. But no, they already knew people would go hype over Star Fox, so they already already had the game well in production by the time of the movie's release.
Miyamoto did an interview with.
They didn't need to fucking wait. They knew people wanted Fox back.
That actually, but yeah, he basically confirmed that yes, these things are related.
Duh.
Yeah, he says.
You think it's a coincidence?
What games go into production? He says, I don't decide everything about the lineup, but we did discuss that we have an idea to include Fox in the script for the movie, the Super Mario Galaxy movie, so we definitely want a new Star Fox game. Sometimes things get decided after we've discussed them.
And then we
on
decided
the first
after
Mario
that
movie,
that we're
the
going to
Super
remake
Mario
Star
Brothers
Fox
movie,
64
and
for the
Princess Peach
63rd
Showtime
time.
around the same time, and we talked about things like, if we have this game, shouldn't Peach be more energetic in the movie too? It was decided early on that Yoshi would appear in the Super Mario Galaxy movie, so we decided to make a Yoshi game. And that's how development of Yoshi and the Mysterious Book began. It's a case-by-case
Is that business
situation,
degree
but
intellect?
I think we'll continue to maintain a good relationship between games and other developments. So there you go. Yes, absolutely. Like, yeah, here he like kind of halfway confirms that that's what happened with Princess Peach Showtime, but then a direct confirmation. Fox is going to be in the movie, or might be in the movie, so we want a new Star Fox game. And that kind of makes sense that
My
that
transparent
may be why
sword.
we ended up getting a relatively safe remake of 64 rather than some huge thing that would take like years and years to make. Because another reason why I was always like kind of hesitant to believe that this was what they were doing is just because these things take so long to develop. Movies take a long time to make, and then games even longer in many, if not most cases. You know, like they take so
Did he think
many
it was
years,
just like
so
a
I think
happy
actually
coincidence
lining these
that a
things
Star
up
Fox game was
is
ready to
probably
go
a
by the
lot
time of
more
his appearance in the
difficult than it
movie?
seems like it would be. But yeah, no, that it absolutely is what's happening, and it's even weirder to hear about it with Yoshi, because when they announced Yoshi in the Mysterious Book, my thinking was just like, well, it's just time for the next Yoshi game, you know? Like we got
was kind
a
of
new
like
Yoshi
both.
game, like year 2 of the Switch, and now we got a Yoshi game year 2 of the Switch too.
It was kind of like both things, so it lined up, just happened to line up with the movie.
It's a Yoshi game. There was a whole bunch of them on like 3DS and stuff, so like it only made sense that we'd get a new one. So it is, if anything, it's a little surprising to hear him be like, well, you know, Yoshi's gonna be in the Mario movie and Mario Galaxy movie, so we better do another one. Like,
We better do a game where Yoshi fights the fucking moon.
That's an interesting idea. Like, did Crafted World maybe not sell enough for them to like want to get right on a new Yoshi game?
Do you think that would be the end of Yoshi as a sub-series?
And I do also wonder if maybe
Oh yeah, this will be never. There will never be any more Yoshi games because Crafted World didn't sell like 5 million copies.
Mysterious Book. It's a good game. I like it a lot, but it's not very grand in scope. So that could be similar to Star Fox, where they needed something a little smaller, something that wouldn't take quite as long to develop, and that could be why we got that format rather than a brand new, huge, full game, or you know, like
A huge full game, bigly game.
Kinda
What does
nice.
modernized Yoshi
Instead,
game
we
look
got
like
a
though?
Relatively safe, relatively small, and yet still very creative and very fun game.
Hi Zeal, hi Zeal, hi Zeal. How was Doom? I know you had some technical difficulties with that going on earlier. Oh, hello Zeal, how you doing? I'm playing Link's Awakening from the Game Boy, Zelda Game Boy, with a Nintendo 64 controller. Whoa, it's very freaky. I got the Switch N64 controller. I was ordered to get it, and it shipped in yesterday. I'm gonna play Ocarina of Time with it. I've never played Ocarina of Time before, but today I'm gonna do Link's Awakening. Guys, if you like retro games, you like someone who did their own VTuber, or if you like an artiste, if you like to watch an artiste doing their craft while also playing Left 4 Dead 2 and Doom and other retro-style games, you might enjoy the comedy stylings of Zeal. Just recently came back from Vietnam. Also plays Fire Emblem. He's playing the same one that I was playing, Binding Blade. I'm glad you're having fun with it. I really like it. Like, it's very responsive. The D-pad, like, the D-pad, it's ironic, too, for a controller whose D-pad is quite underutilized. The D-pad is very responsive. It just feels very good to use, like, much better than the stinky Pro Controller D-pad. Yeah, thank you very much again, Dogsplain. I finished the final Doom, both TNT Evolution and Plutonia today. Yeah, so those were, like, modded versions, right? What's next on the Zeal schedule? You gonna go back to Fire Emblem? You gonna go back to having fun in Left 4 Dead? You know, Zeal was also tossing around the possibility of doing something with Kai, and maybe Topa-chan. Oh, big Kai Zeal collab soon? Possibly. I think you'd have fun with Kai. Let's get that first heart piece. Alright, now we can go into the forest. But I have to get up like 200 rupees to get my shovel back, and then we're back on the bow and arrow grind. No, 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 Barito, Berito, Berito. Or favor. At least I didn't hit the cuckoo. Alright, Erlo, what else do you got?
Maybe, you know, maybe it was done with a smaller team, you know, smaller budget, smaller timeline, all that stuff. I don't know.
I don't know anything. TNT and Plutonia are still official expansions, but Doom 64 is probably next on a boomer shooter shot. I caution you on Doom 64 if you don't know too much about it. I watched, who did I watch? I watched Barrel play it. I think he finished it, but like for a lot of the playthrough, the dude was just confused. There's too many puzzles in it, he says. Less boom shooty and more puzzle solving. So if you're accustomed to the boom shoots of the boomer shooter, perhaps you may be displeased to find the amount of puzzles present in Doom 64. Okay, how would I do the controls for this one? Okay, we need to get the heart piece from here. I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah,
but fair warning.
Though it's really, really interesting to finally get confirmation. And if anything, it's kind of dangerous. You know what? If I were him, I would not have told us this. This is
Why not?
dangerous to tell us.
I think most people would assume
even just
this.
the speculating was already dangerous. That was already like, you know, the more times this happened, it happens with Peach and then Yoshi and Fox.
I got scammed.
Like, now,
I need more rupees.
We're already gonna be guessing. You know, you're gonna give us details about the third movie, and
I expect to be lost most of the time. I do enjoy the aesthetic of 64 though. I noticed the lighting was, well, I was watching like a remastered version, but I even went back to check how it looked originally. The lighting is very dark, but it also gives a very different atmosphere. The music too, at times can be very, like, it's like borderline ambience. My first of many seashells. However would they have expected the player to grind here?
even says right here, it's a case-by-case situation, okay? So, like, you can't get your hopes up about anything. You can't actually assume, but I think we'll continue to maintain a good relationship between games and other developments.
Does that mean Daisy's getting the game? Because she was hinted at? Well, not hinted at, but it's like outright shown in the Galaxy movie.
Wario and Waluigi and
Daisy game soon? So, yeah, Daisy game.
So it's just gonna be a field day, you know, when they officially reveal that stuff.
I don't know. I think I remember reading the Peach game didn't really sell gangbusters. So would they even want to commission a Daisy game? And what would a Daisy game look like gameplay wise?
Be like, all right, new Wario game coming. We're just gonna be completely assuming Waluigi spin-off. It's a sure thing.
Waluigi does not deserve a spin-off, and he never did.
These other things, though, like how big of a project are we gonna see? You know, like we would love like a big, huge, new like 3D Wario Land or something. But even Princess Peach Showtime, like it had the production value was very good, but the scope was still not like massive. So, I don't know, could it be that whenever they're gonna have a character in a movie, and they're like, all right, we need a game, but like,
oh, I'm still a brokey.
Does that kind of curse it to being a kind of like small to medium size game, just because that's better for, you know, it makes it more likely that they can develop these two things at the same time and get them out in a timely way? Does it mean we're gonna get a brand new Wario game, or maybe a Wario Waluigi game would be pretty cool, or is it gonna be like a remaster of Shake It or something, you know, like is it going to be something a little bit more modest? I don't really know, but like, yeah, and they've also, you know, that's the thing, and they've also talked about how they want more crossovers going forward. They put Fox in the Mario movie, and he's just like, I want more, like, expect that more later. So like, whatever character, even non-Mario characters, if they show up in the movie,
got the Yoshi doll,
we're all just going to be like, all right, where's the game? We're just going to be assuming it. We're just the internet is just going to assume that we're getting these games, and then when that doesn't happen, when that doesn't materialize, we're gonna riot. Like even when we're just left guessing and drawing our own connections, like we go absolutely nuts with it. But now we have confirmation that this is how it's worked. So yeah, I don't know. You might have done something here, Miyamoto, by mentioning this. What if Pikachu is in the third Mario movie. Is that gonna mean?
That would
a new
require
Pokemon
Pokemon
game
Company
is in
not being
development? Like, I don't
fucking
know. Maybe
assholes.
The internet's gonna have
Maybe.
a field day.
Thank you, Arlo, for the first of many, many good videos. Next one. Splatoon Raiders has got me. So yes, Arlo has also been bit by the Splatoon Raiders bug. I think Splatoon is another series that he doesn't typically care for due to the multiplayer aspect. Like, he doesn't like multiplayer-focused experiences, so he's not the biggest Splatoon fan. He's definitely a Splatoon LARPer. But he has feigned interest in this one just because of his profession as a Nintendo dicksucker, who, you know, gets paid to review games and also gets their games for free. So yeah, I think he's up to like 4 or 5 streams of it, so I guess he likes it well enough. Let's see what he thinks.
Hello, my precious friends. Last night I had the great pleasure of playing the first 3 hours or so of
hello, my
Splatoon
children,
Raiders.
hello.
I did it on stream. I'm actually burning to get back to it. I think there is at least a chance I will be streaming the entire game. I'm not 100% sure, but that is at least my plan right now. I want to jump right back on. I might even stream all day if I can swing
All
it.
day,
but then,
Slay.
see, I recognized, okay, well, there's kind of a window. There's kind of a window right here. You played the game a bit. This is where you do the first impressions video before you jump back into the game and do the entire thing. So I'm doing that right.
I'm interested what he thinks on the random multiplayer cooldown, because a lot of people I've been watching playing the game, that seems to be the biggest issue. Is like, why do you have to wait 30 minutes for multiplayer? And multiplayer with randoms is also capped at 3 players. You can't get multiplayer with randoms with 4 players. I believe it's clearly like that to incentivize you to do a real lobby with your real style friends. And so you're not so reliant on randoms helping you out.
Right now, before I get back into it, but if anything, I think that kind of illustrates my first impressions of the game.
It's a little
How
curious as
excited
to why
I
the
am
cooldown
to
is
get
there, but
back
I
into it.
kind of get
I'm,
it.
Kind of forcing myself to sit down and do this video because my first impression of the game.
Impression? He's
so
like me
far
with the added
is very,
the added emphasis.
Very, very good. And I will say, it's like, there's not really any surprises necessarily. This is one of those games. It's always really nice when there's a game. It gets revealed, you see the trailer, you're like, that looks like something I want. And then they just reveal more, and you're like, yep, that's even more of what I want. And then they just reveal even more, and you're like, yeah, this is pretty much exactly a thing that I know I'm gonna love.
What if I say no?
And then you start playing it, and it's just like everything that you wanted.
You are the
And,
worst.
It's just such a positive
I
experience.
know it, bitch. I
all around.
lie, I
You
cheat,
know,
I
love
steal.
that feeling when I drop into a game. And I've barely been playing like at all. You know, I've been playing for like 15 minutes. I'm basically still in the tutorial. Like, I'm just moving through like the opening areas. It's like teaching me how to play, just teaching me the controls.
You need to be
and the
reminded how to play
concepts.
Splatoon?
And like, it's that feeling where you're just like, I'm already so happy to be here. You know, like I was kind of comparing it to like going to like a really nice party or.
I mean, okay, I have gotten that feeling before from like playing new video games, right? It depends on the IP, obviously. Like I definitely felt like that moving Donkey Kong around and DK Bonanza for the first time. Even just messing around with the tutorial and Raiders, I was like, oh man, I'm so happy to be back into it. Where's the options screen so I can disable gyro? I'll probably feel like that in my first map of the new Fire Emblem.
Or just some kind of event.
Not everyone
with
has
your
friends.
And you've just got
That's
like
why they
this-
have the
this
keyword
big day,
functionality,
just
the
this
keyword
big
room.
thing all lined up, and you just got there. Nothing has even really started yet. Everyone isn't even there yet, and there's just like this feeling of just like, I'm already so pleased to be here. Just knowing what's coming. I'm already just in such a happy space. And I get that with games sometimes, and I absolutely got it here. Just being like, I can just feel all of the fun hours stretching before me, and even just these basic early tasks. I'm just having so much fun. Because if
Bro pays like, well, I don't know if this is one of the ones he got for free. It's not an official review, so it doesn't like disclose whether he got it for free or not, but like bro pays $50 and he's content with just moving the squid character around in the tutorial. Yes. I love that I paid $50 for this. I would pay $80 for this experience. It's so good. I don't even need the rest of the game.
If you need a brief reminder, I love Splatoon, but I'm not a competitive player. I'm not
there it
very
is.
good at the game, so my favorite...
I love the game because it's a Nintendo thing, but I hate the multiplayer competitive aspect of it. I enjoy the world and the characters and all this. I want to LARP in the enjoyment of the franchise with all the other Nintoddlers who love it, because I'm a paid shill, but I don't really like to play it. Mr. Pun. I rewound on my last death on the last stream, Mr. Pun. I did rewind because I was too late to do the restart combo. So afterwards, I thought, you know, that kind of invalidates it. Like, I'm always shitting on restarting and save saving. So I thought, like, no, that doesn't... I wouldn't let that fly if, like, Phil did that. You know? I wouldn't let it fly if Phil did that, so I'm just gonna fucking restart. Hey, praise that, son. Is Arlo bigger Nintendi than you, Dingus? No. He LARPs as a Nintendi. Many of the franchises that he talks about, he does not like. The only franchises that I can tell you that he actually likes are Paper Mario, Metroid, and Pikmin. Everything else, certifiably fake fan. And even with those games, you know, it doesn't mean that he's, like, super excited to actually play through the games or anything. He didn't finish Paper Mario Thousand Year Door remake, despite claiming to be the reason why it got remade, because he had, like, a campaign for it getting remade. He still has not reviewed, like, fully reviewed Metroid Prime 4. And he still has not reviewed Pikmin 4. So even for games that he actually, like, quote-unquote likes, you know, there's still not enough to motivate him to do better, in regards to his content.
Favorite thing has always been Salmon Run, because I do like
Hey,
the
praise that,
multiplayer aspect when I can...
Oh, and Mr. Pun, praise that, son. I'm playing this with the N64 controller. The NSO N64 controller. I'm using the N64 D-pad. It actually works. It works very well. This is much better than the Pro Controller D-pad. Yes, he did. Yes, he did, Mr. Pun. He had a whole video saying, was I the one responsible for getting it remade? And I think he put that video out right before the remake released, and then he streamed it once, and then never finished it, and never put out a review.
Actually get around to, like, playing with friends and stuff. Like, so the best experiences with
Hey,
Splatoon
Noah.
that I have been...
Whoa, it's Noah Noel. And he says, dude, that D-pad was so mushy back in the day, they must have fixed it. No. No, bro. If you get a Switch 2 Pro Controller, the D-pad is still bad. But I was told, Noah, for when I play Ocarina of Time for the first time, I was told, Dingus, you fucking idiot, you have to get a N64 Switch controller so that you can fully enjoy the game as one would have in 1998. So I was given funds via the eShop in order to go... I was ordered to go order one, and so I did, and he told me to do whatever I wanted with the remaining funds in the code I was given. So I have the fancy controller right here. Let's see. Can I do this? Look at that. If I know I have it cropped, you can see it. If I come on, right there on the left, on the far left. You can order physical stuff on the eShop. The credit is shared, so like he gave me the gift card code, which you can redeem on your system, and those funds are not just applicable to the games you download; they also work straight up on the website for merchandise. So you are able to apply it at checkout, because it's through the same account. So I was like, okay, apply funds to controller, send controller to Dingus's doxed address and doxed name, and it came 3 days early. How are you doing, Noah? Health update. I'm doing better, but I woke up with another migraine. So I immediately pilled up. In a couple hours, I have to continue to pill up. I have to take these until they're gone. Guys, if you like a little bratty angle streamer who plays bad but hilarious indie horror games, perhaps the comedy stylings of Noah Noel might be for you. No, I'm not gonna run out soon. They told me 2 weeks. They said 2 weeks. You can see the specialist in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And I was like, okay, miss, you're gonna call me, right? Like, you're telling me 2 weeks, you're gonna call me, right? And I already had a bad experience with, the pharmacy not informing me when my prescription was ready. I felt like I overwaited by an hour. I was told 2 hours. I ended up waiting near 4. and no notification was ever given that the medication was ready. No automation for the notification of my medication. So I'm thinking they were supposed to manually send it, but they were too busy because they have the drive-thru, the line was piling up, and here I am sitting also nicely. I'm sitting nicely with my legs parallel to each other and my hands on my lap. I didn't even have my phone out. I was kicking my legs to and fro, waiting for my meds. I took out my phone at some points. But I was waiting patiently. And then Papa Dingus was yelling at me. It's like, why are you still over there? Why aren't you getting the meds yet? It's like, well, they told me 2 hours. It's almost gonna be 3 hours. You go back up there in that land and find out what's going on. Head starts swelling larger by the minute as you wait. Well, it's in the brand, isn't it? I'm not waiting for estrogen. What the? No. Hi, Summer Ant. Yeah, did you know, Noah, for this one, there's a special ending for Deathless. This is the only Zelda game that has a Deathless ending. So I was going for it, right? And then I ate a death last stream. There's a quick restart combo that you can do to save it, and it won't tally it as a death on your save file. You gotta do like A, B plus start plus select, and if you do it fast enough, you can restart the game without it counting your death. But as soon as it goes to the game over screen, it will count your death. I wasn't fast enough last time, so I have to restart the playthrough. Only fucking Zelda game with a deathless ending. And I never got it on the remake. They did carry it over to the remake as an ending that you can get. So I was like, well, if I'm gonna revisit this one, because I only really fully played through the remake version. Like, I fiddled around with this version on 3DS, but just never, got through it all. Well, if I'm gonna fiddle around and, re-explore the world of Koholint Dream Island, I may as well go for the real ending. Does that make this the hardest Zelda? For the first, dungeon? Yes. For the first 2 dungeons, yes, actually. Because you got, 3, 4 hearts. I don't think you can even get, an extra heart. I don't think there are enough pieces of hearts. There might be. There's, one I just found, and there's, a fishing one. But for the, like a lot of games where you put, a self-imposed challenge on yourself, the beginning is always the worst part. Yeah, just don't get hit, bro. Oh, that's true. Zelda 2 is harder. Have you done Zelda 2, Noah? I haven't. I'm too scared. That's a scary game, dude. Never played Link's Awakening, but it's cool how the art is similar to Age's Seasons. Some sprites seem directly ripped. Other way around. Those 2 games are based on this one. Zelda 2 feels like a secret Doki Doki Panic situation. You know how much DSP loves to cite that? Of course you don't. But DSP loves to cite that as his little... That's his go-to gaming trivia. Did you guys know that Mario Bros. 2 was not actually Mario Bros. 2? It was actually this little-known game called Doki Doki Panic. There's a website, right? You also don't know this. There's a website called Pig Go, and someone entered DSP's channel into it. Using the power of technology and science, it scrubs through the captions of every video DSP has ever uploaded, past, present, and future, that is publicly available, and you can use it to search up things he has said in the past. You can just type in any word or phrase, anything that you believe that he's ever said, and it will actually show you. Just to prove to you that I'm not crazy and that this is a site that exists. Here it is. This can be a little fun fact, when you're low on news.
Guys, the people Dingus hangs out with are so crazy. They've created a website. A website where you can enter in any sentence, and it'll pull up all the times that Darkside Phil has ever said that sentence. It's so crazy.
You can even specify a time frame for the dates and the specific video title. All right, I have the mushroom. I have stopped stalling. We're gonna get to the first dungeon. We're gonna do three dungeons tonight. Watch. We have all the time in the world until anime night. Doki Doki Panic had nothing to do with Doki Doki Literature Club? True. Hello there, Mr. Waffle. Oh my god, oh my god, I'm gonna get felted by the rock sliding puzzle. Cause I don't have the ability to pick up the green skulls yet. I'm gonna get messed up. How would you know to do that? Yeah, Doki Doki is just the sound of your heartbeat pounding. So, in, Romanizing that Japanese title, it actually translates to heart-pounding panic. I guess you're not really Romanizing the panic part. No! Wait! Okay, so that's an example of this quick restart. Okay, we have proven that the restart combo is working accurately. No, don't laugh.
And playing with friends and then playing cooperatively in Salmon Run, like that's my thing. And yet Salmon Run has always, I don't want to say like lacked in a lot of areas.
Yeah, we've proven the combo
really
works on N64 controllers.
There was just so much that they could do with it, like we always wanted.
That was for science.
Well, I say deeper customization, any customization at all, being able to choose whatever weapons you want. There's so much they could do with that formula, and this just is that.
When I was a kid, I used to imagine what it would be like to play Link's Awakening because I had a guide for it. I would beat it in my head. I might be autistic. I did that for the levels of Mario World, like Super Mario Advance 2, Super Mario World on GBA. I did that for the levels that were too hard for me to access in a special world, like because they had pictures. But like again, like I was literally a kid, and it was one of the first GBA games I had. So it was too hard for me. So I would always look at that, and I would imagine what playing through those levels would look like. Hi, Puddin'. Dinger, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't think this run is happening. What do you mean? No, look, I get it. It's never gonna be truly deathless, which is why I put deathless ending attempt. I'm going for the deathless ending. I have to clarify my language because I'm like scared that some Carl Jobs tier motherfucker is gonna come in here and say I'm scamming the viewing audience with an inaccurate title, and then I'm gonna be the next thumbnail of the next Carl Jobs documentary. So I'm clarifying deathless ending. By the terms of the game, as long as the game thinks I did deathless, I'm fine. I only failed last time because I didn't do the combo in time. I put in. I'm using an N64 controller. Thoughts? Yeah, we're gonna give her the mushroom. We gotta go save Terran. Double, toil and trouble, a torch shall mix powder for tricks. Oh, I gotta, like, equip it. I gotta equip the mushroom. Ah, it has a sleepy toadstool, it does. We'll mix it up something in a jiffy, we will. Best Switch in Zelda. The one in Oracles and Ages was fun, the apprentice that you played the minigame with. If you did it enough times, she would appear in a UFO. N64 controller for extra CBT. Dude, I'm actually using the D-pad for it. I will say the D-pad is at least better than the D-pad on the Pro controller. So we do have a tangible benefit here. I mapped start and select to the C left and C down buttons to make the restart combo possible as well. It's doable. It's not like, the old GB didn't have an L and R button, so we have all the buttons covered playing with this. The magic powder! Wow! You can sprinkle it on a variety of things. Good job. Use it on your enemies and see what happens. If you run out, go to the forest, pick some mushrooms, and I will make you more. Or you can just talk to Little Devil. Can we use it on the rat? No, okay, he's immune. He's got a strong immune system.
This is that. They took Salmon Run and they spun it off into a whole entire game.
This dude.
And
look at that
so far,
dingus.
It's just everything I could possibly want. It's
okay,
no.
Everything
I could possibly
he talks about the N64
from a Salmon Run game. So much customization. So much. Like, just, there's so
much customization for everything except, like, your outfits. It seems like there's maybe 5 outfits, and then just like a different, 20 different color variations for those 5 outfits. And I feel like you had more options for hairstyles than the other games. I feel like this is just a compromise you have to make with the focus that the game takes. The focus has been taken away from competitive multiplayer, so too must the game suffer in the way of customizing your character. I think that's what it was. Like, there is multiplayer, but since it's not competitive focus, maybe they saw that there wasn't as much of a need to diverse the wardrobe. And of course, the more they have to diversify the wardrobe, the more that takes away from development time on other aspects of the game that they wanted to refine. But then I guess you could just then argue, you know, why didn't they just port over all the Splatoon 3 outfits? Well, I guess the point of it is that they're stranded on an abandoned island, like desert island situation. So it would seem kind of silly for them to have, you know, the items, the customizable items from Splatoon 3 just like readily available. Because even among the outfits you can earn in the game, they're still thematically relevant to the premise of you being stranded. So I guess they felt like it had to be all relevant to that theme. So same with the weapons. Like, there's a lot of weapons that didn't make the cut from Splatoon 3 that all could have easily been ported over just fine, but they cut like 80% of them. And the ones that did make it over, you know, all had to be thematically redesigned to fit the theme, which honestly they didn't have to do. But it's pretty cool that they did, because it sells the idea of deep cut and your character making the weapons on their own. No, just one like scrap and shit. Yeah, it's like 3 outfits. But like, you know, they kind of mix and match the tops and the bottoms and shit. I think with the couple of hairstyles you get, it kind of gives the illusion that there's more outfits than there actually are. Why did our main weapons get outed? No NZAP or blah blah blah. I'm kind of sad about no NZAP. But I'm not sure how you would have done like a scrap version of it, since it's literally just a Nintendo product. But Blobbler, they could have had like a junk version of a Blobbler.
So many different ways to alter the build of your character, you know, naturally. Just
who's that fucking Tanuki at?
Level, you get to pick whatever weapon you want, you know, you're not stuck in...
I was drinking peach nectar earlier. The glorious peach nectar, the Humex. You're not a raccoon.
My nose is very sensitive to stuff like dust and powder.
Oh, I think I said last time I wanted to cut the bushes down before freeing him. I still didn't do it this time.
The last thing I can remember was biting into a big juicy toadstool. Then I had the darndest dream. I was a raccoon.
Yeah, just like in Mario 3.
Yeah, sounds strange, but it sure was fun. I'm all tuckered out. I think I better set a spell before I head home.
You know, if Mario could talk more, you think he would have, like, the same kind of... You know, because they kind of put, like, an accent on Terran there. They want you to read his shit in, like, a southern drawl. You think Mario would have a southern drawl, too, if he could speak more? Maybe not, because he's supposed to be Italian. Maybe an Italian trying to do... he would have the Donkey Kong voice. That's what it would be. He'd have the Donkey Kong voice. That Charles Martinet did at E3. Hi, Grizzly. It's Tingle's great-great-great-grandfather, Dingle. Tingle. Can they bring Tingle back? Isn't Tingle cancelled? Tingle's banned. Tingle's he's too toxic for modern Zelda. I think the most they can get away with is having Tingle's outfit available as something that you can wear. But I think the character might be banned. I don't think he's coming back, guys. When was the last time you saw Tingle in a game?
Using a roller while you wait for your turn.
I think it was Hyrule Warriors.
Shot, you know, I mean, there's technically a limited pool of weapons. It gives you a basic shooter to start out with, but then after that, it really just...
Hoot! Take the key and go to the Tail Cave. Retrieve the instrument that is hidden there. Go now! The Windfish is waiting! Hoot!
Alright, let's do this. Like I said, 3 dungeons. Let's go.
Comes down to what the enemies drop, which does seem to be fairly random. People in stream were actually saying that, like, oh, yeah, like, by now you probably should have had more drops, like more weapon options, sort of suggesting that
No,
it's
Arlo
gonna
had the
kind
same
of be
problem as
different
me
for
with the
everyone.
drops.
But there was still plenty.
Arlo couldn't get 5-star drops either. Sad days. Arlo was also having trouble. Shameful. No Groose in Hyrule Warriors. Groose, there was another one people were campaigning for that didn't make it in. Oh, anyone from Oracles or Minish Cap. That's what it was. There was a very, very conspicuous lack of Capcom Zelda game representation in Hyrule Warriors.
To work with, and if anything, the randomness is really fun. Like you never know what weapon you're gonna get next.
Bati, yeah,
but
Bati's the big one.
Point is though, you can
People wanted
choose
Bati
which
in.
weapon you use. So like
I think they should bring
obviously
Bati back.
at a base level, like that's already gonna affect the game so much. And then from there, it's the 3 different tank types, and each tank type has its own like gadgets. Like they're like secondary weapons. You can equip 2 at once. So far, I have only played with 1 tank and 2 gadgets, and I could pick up any of the other tanks if I want to. I could craft
If
even
I
more
wanted
gadgets
to.
if I wanted to. I haven't even touched that yet, and yet I'm already having so much fun. You can equip, you know, different, what are they called? Thingies to augment each of your gadgets. It can change the way that they work, and you can, like, buff them in different ways.
They brought the Bug Lady and Whale Lady, but not Vati. Well, Nintendo directly made Twilight Princess and Link's Awakening, but they didn't do it for the Oracle games or Minish Cap, so I don't know, maybe... I don't think Capcom owns the characters they made for those games, is the thing. I just think it's a weird honor thing. Oh, like, we didn't make we didn't make Oracles, so it feels weird and dishonorable of us to utilize the characters made in those games, because, like, it wasn't our studio that made those. We just, like, commissioned people to make them. Japanese developers tend to have that mentality with creations that aren't necessarily theirs. It is theirs legally, but like spiritually it's not theirs, so maybe they feel like it would be disrespectful to do that.
And, like, what else? There's just so much. Pick which deep cut character is piloting the little robot, and they each one has their own, like, big showstopper attack, and, you can even upgrade your weapons.
I just ignored her song.
Super, super duper helpful. It's kind of a waste of Spiralite, but, whatever, that is another option. When you get these big treasures, these are relics, and each one gives you another, like, kind of a global ability, and you can equip one, and there's more equip slots. And then as you level up, you get experience, and you level up, and you get skill points, and you can.
Is he overwhelmed by this, like he was in Kirby?
Just, like, straight up RPG style. Pick
Oh.
your weapon attack or gadget.
Is it too
attack
much for you,
power,
Arlo?
Or HP. Like, it's incredible.
Okay, he likes
It's
it.
just incredible. Again, it's just everything I could have wanted. I mean, not only just from.
He looked at Splatoon and was like,
but
make it
from
an
just
RPG.
Splatoon overall. You know, I really liked Side Order because it really let you, you know, build your character as you go, kind of in a more of a roguelike format, but you could just kind of buff all these different stats, and it's also similar to just the basic equipable chunks or whatever from the base game, but it's all packaged into just a much more like condensed, refined, and even expanded RPG format. It's a looter shooter, honestly. Like, when they were marketing the game, I didn't really pick up on the fact that this is basically a looter shooter, you know? Like, the entire point is
Well, because that's not your forte, buddy.
You're just getting stuff. You're collecting parts from individual salmonids, and you use those to craft things.
Hey, Rabbit Clone.
You're picking up.
Did I
these
say hello to you
different
already? Hello again.
currencies and different items, and just like your overall, your Spiralite, your money, and you're getting weapon drops, and you're constantly getting new weapons at higher levels. And
Look, are we really gonna A-log Arlo because he never played Borderlands? Come on! You guys hate that series. Hope you're feeling better. I woke up with the headaches coming back, but I popped the pills right away, so I'm good enough to do the stream thing again. Has he played Diablo? If he has, he hasn't mentioned it, and it's not been on stream.
And it's delicious. It's positively delicious. I love any game where you're just grabbing a whole bunch of stuff, getting all these different materials, just hoarding all
loves
this
mindless
stuff. And the
games.
game really, it really lays it on thick. You know, like it's constantly giving you stuff, which is really cool. Every level is just showering you in rewards, and it's all useful. All of it does something. So many ways to customize your build and to increase your power.
Arlo does have other
really
consoles.
Because, you know what? Like this game is
not that he'd like people to know about that.
It's like hard so far, but it definitely gives me the impression that things are going to get a little bit crazy. Like it.
You're absolutely correct about that, Arlo.
A lot earlier than I expected. You know, you've got your little tutorial area, and then like it kind of takes off the gloves pretty quickly. You know, like some of these scenarios, yeah, getting pretty heated. I've definitely had some retries. It's great though because
that early on.
So far, the hardest levels have been these like underground dungeon ones, and they're kind of there's like a time limit. And you got to collect enough eggs within the time limit, and these have been the hardest so far. But like restarting has never ever been a problem because the levels are so quick. You jump right back in
that
really
part's
quickly.
True.
Whole thing is over.
Even when you
in like
fail, it doesn't really matter.
You get to keep everything
yeah.
that you collect. You do not lose.
It would be worse if you lost everything, because it would just be wasted time at that point. But so much of the game is replaying and trying for better. Like you keep the experience, you keep all the shit you found. It's not really too much of an issue if you lose, because you're gonna be replaying these levels endlessly anyway. It's the point of a looter shooter. How's what he played Your Friendly Neighborhood? He does have a capable gaming PC as well.
Anything.
He did voice acting for it too.
Like no lost progress.
But I think that's also why I don't think he did like a proper review for Your Friendly Neighborhood, because he did voice acting in it.
Yeah, so far, like difficulty is ramping up a lot quicker than I thought it would, and yet there's been no friction yet. Like no frustration whatsoever. I'm always being heaped in rewards, showered by heaps of rewards, always getting stronger, just like constantly leveling up. It's just really good. It's just really, really fun. And you know what? The presentation is just awesome. Yeah. Oh, it's just phenomenal.
I knew that was gonna happen.
It's a lot like
wow, it's Rock's Feather.
A lot of Switch 2 games where you watch the trailer, and especially like if you're watching on like a smaller TV or your phone or whatever, you watch the trailer, and it doesn't really look like anything special. It doesn't really look like a neck.
I'll say for certain, I was very unclear on like what the gameplay loop for the game was going to look like. Having not played a looter shooter, I was very curious about the game. Word of mouth seems to have been like doing numbers for the game. I'm seeing a lot of people, pick it up and shit. Like, I feel like it's going to do really good when the next quarterly report comes out, which will be a while now because we just got one. But I'd be very interested in seeing how the game actually does, because it seems like word of mouth wise, you have a lot of people picking it up that, aren't like toddlers that buy every fucking Nintendo game. Give me 1 second. Alright, turn on the ceiling fan. I knew what the loot was going to be, I didn't know how big it was going to be, or how fun, and it turns out very fun. For me, I was wondering if they offered any endgame, or if it just ended, and yep, turns out it does have a pretty sizable post-game. So yeah, for me, it seemed like everyone going into it was just either confused or just not interested. But now that we have like a lot of positive word of mouth, rather, a lot of people are picking it up. So yeah, I am quite interested to see what the sales figures are going to look like.
Gen game, and yet when you see it in action, it's just completely different. Like, it's a completely different story. Seeing it in action, it's on my big 4K TV.
That's why Nintendo excels with their trailers, because they fucking show gameplay.
Absolutely flawless so far.
Their gameplay presentations with Treehouse and shit.
And yet it's just a buttery smooth.
Literally just show me the gameplay so I can understand what the gameplay loop
really
is.
Subtle touches, again, that you can't really glean from a trailer. The ink just had...
Oh yeah, I took notes from Borderlands. I'd like to see dev notes, right? Because rarely do you see Nintendo admit, or maybe it's not something that they might not want to admit, but rarely do you just see them, like, say, oh, we got inspiration from this Western-developed game. I believe they said during Breath of the Wild that they had inspiration from The Witcher, Witcher 3. So if they really got inspiration from Borderlands, I would like to see a dev interview where they straight up say that.
has that little extra level of detail, the shine, just like the lighting and the reflections look really, really good. So like it is true that it's not like a massive generational upgrade, and yet it does feel next gen.
I want them to bring Mario 35 back, Zuki. I loved it.
It looks really, really, really good in
Terry
action.
really liked it.
Feels really good too. So yeah, I guess I'll leave it there. Yeah, the long story short.
Well, Shock of Shocks, he likes it. Game good.
Cannot wait to get back into it. Again, I hope to stream most, if not all of it. We're gonna see what I can manage to do. But yeah, pretty much as soon as I get this video up, I'm gonna get right back on stream, and I'm just gonna play the game as much as I possibly can. I would really like to get a review out in good time. I don't want, I'm trying to catch up on my reviews. Don't want to keep delaying this stuff, especially for games that are really, really important to me. And this game is
Splatoon is so important to him, bro.
Get a review out pretty quick. If you are playing this game, please let me know what you think about it so far down in the comments. I'm curious to see if anyone else is having as much of a good time with this one as I am. Any other Salmon Run freaks out there for whom
this is
just
me, Uncle Al.
Absolute dream come true. And did you know, like, you can just play basically the whole thing co-op?
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
I don't know when I'll be able to play co-op with someone, but like you and a friend and friends.
Is he not doing co-op with fans on his streams? Dude, that sucks if true.
Together.
He said this was after he did a couple streams of it. Is he just not gonna do co-op with fans? No, that's kind of Harlow.
It's amazing.
Now let me play by myself.
You know what? That's what I want to hear. If any of you listening to this right now, if you have been or have plans to
11-day stream, all 11-hour day, 11-hour stream, all solo. Really?
You're just gonna spend like all weekend playing it together or something?
You don't have to friend them all. You can
just tell me about it.
Do the keyword system.
It just gives me the warm fuzzies. I'm just so happy for you. You know, like, that's just that just sounds like an absolute blast if you can pull that off. Tell me about the food that you were eating. Like, really paint the scene. You know, just like
tell me about the food.
For me.
The tasty food.
I want details. Until I can actually get some friends together to play this, I want to
play with your viewers
vicariously through you.
Okay, that was strange. I thought he was just like playing with chat. I feel like a lot of streamers were like playing with their chats and shit. Like, why wouldn't you? I'm gonna die here. It's gonna do 1 heart damage. I gotta be careful, you guys. No, that was too close. Give me a fairy. I'm locking in. I did die to him last time. Come on, you want me to fucking dodge that guy with 3 hearts? Give me a break. Okay, so those were his impressions. Next one. I didn't think this could get any more ridiculous. The logo, it's the GTA 6 logo on a milk carton for the thumbnail. That's curious.
We all expected GTA 6 to be the first, like, $100 game, or maybe even more. Like, we were kind of bracing ourselves for some really ridiculous price because, you know, it's GTA 6, biggest game launch literally of all time. Rockstar could probably get away with charging whatever they want. People would
dingus
pay it,
spider.
yada, yada. So it
that
was
doesn't
at least
surprise
a little
me.
surprising when they ended up offering a much more reasonable $80 edition. Of course, there is the more expensive special edition with more content and all that stuff. And
Basically
and it
the
does
version of
seem that,
GTA that
like,
you have to
according
buy
polls
if you
and
want to
stuff,
do
it does
anything.
seem most people are going to opt for the more expensive edition because, again, it is GTA 6. And I mean, it kind of is true that people are going to pay whatever it takes to get GTA 6. But at least there will
Only
be
missing the
an option
I need to get into
for
the bomb
more
room.
frugal gamers to purchase the game for only $80. Thing is, that came with a little caveat. It seemed that physical copies of the game are not physical copies of the game at all. This is the
And you
the
swept
first
for it
case
when shitting on
of
Fire
a
Emblem,
big,
Arlo.
giant AAA game, the most triplest A game you've ever seen in your life. Dare we even add another A to this game? Dare we finally do what Ubisoft has been trying to do for years now and call this a quadruple A game?
We have reacquired the cello.
3.75 A game will not be available physically at all in any form ever, at least not officially. Rockstar Games will never print a physical disc version of GTA 6. What you buy in the store, there will be a box, but it's going to be a code in a box. For such a high-profile game, this is completely unprecedented. For this
That means one of these days when the servers go down, you'll just never be able to play GTA 6 again if you didn't already have to download it. I'm sure they'll come up with a solution. Oh, that is an instrument of the sirens. I have to admit, at first I did not believe you were real. ... That instrument, along with the 7 others in the set, has the power to wake the windfish. You must collect them all. I was instructed to give you directions. Your next goal is north, in Gaponga Swamp. Hoot hoot indeed. Yeah, they'll find a way on PC, but especially console-wise, you're butt fucked, buddy.
Game to basically.
Is this a new Zelda or the same? Same Link's Awakening. I'm restarting the run because I died last time and I didn't validated it. I died and couldn't do the in-game quick restart in time. Endless Buffet is actually impossible solo?
Only
is that the part before the final boss?
Crazy. And I mean, like, it makes sense.
I haven't done a lot of the game solo since I started doing lobbies.
But the point of the video is not this. This is old news. I mean, this is the all-digital future, baby. This is just the future we live in. Since then, Sony just had to one-up them. And be like,
post game, okay.
Digital, baby. No discs for anything ever again. And so now, like, the reality of that
Right, Drake's ahead of me.
And we're starting to really pay attention to this stuff. And funny story. It seems, at least it currently seems, that in Japan, the quote-unquote physical copies of, the boxed copies of GTA 6 are going to have an expiration date. that you heard me.
Oh no, that's why he put it. That's why the thumbnail has a milk carton with the GTA 6 logo on it. You can pay $100 for GTA 6, at least in Japan, or the yen equivalent. And after a certain amount of time, the code just won't work anymore. I thought it was gonna be like news of okay, because Japan is backwards in certain ways when it comes to digital stuff. Japan specifically has confirmed that they will get disc copies of the game. And then he says, no, they have an expiration date. So, I mean, okay. Let's think about that. Most codes in boxes that you get nowadays do have expiration dates on it, but I believe that's more so for pre-order bonuses. After a certain date, you have to sit until a certain time to redeem the pre-order bonus, and then its code just doesn't work anymore. Have we seen that for a full game? Maybe it was a full game tied to a pre-order bonus, but when the product itself is a code in the box, I don't think I've ever seen a case where it had an expiration date. This is kind of insane. Maybe it's an error.
Correctly, the codes in the boxes of GTA 6 in Japan are going to have a very short expiration date. It seems that those codes are going to expire after 170 days.
That is not even a full year.
And no, that is not 170 days after the purchase of these games. That's 170 days after the release of GTA 6.
That's even worse. Okay, well, here's the thing, right? if they're codes and they're going to be codes in boxes on like a slip of paper, you can't really personalize that to the specific date that you purchase it. So they have to all be, you know, synchronized for a certain amount of time after the release of the game. The codes and boxes I've discussed before for pre-order bonuses and the like, those work the same way, except they're not 170 fucking days after the game comes out. They're usually a couple years to redeem it. That's great. That's not enough time. So what's gonna happen? They're just gonna do a reproduction run where they refresh the 170 days after the first 170 days? Maybe after 170 days we finally get the physical disc version? Maybe? It's like that's 170 days to rip off the PS5 and Xbox people who go digital only. It's also why we're not having it on PC at launch, because if we had PC on launch, people would find a way to make the Ultimate Edition content free. So we gotta gyp the PC people, and we have to gyp the console people who want a disc. After 170 days, maybe we'll have a disc version, or that can be cope.
GTA 6 is going to release. There are going to be a bunch of boxes in stores
Nom, 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 nom.
containing
Delicioso.
codes that are now on a timer.
Delicioso.
That have an expiration date, like the hot dogs in your fridge. And when I first heard this, my knee-jerk reaction was to be a little bit skeptical, and there's still like a little part of me that's like, what if this is one of those stories
This is what they're testing it out. They're testing out the bullshit to see how much of it you can take.
Official, and everyone kind of ran
Tasty
with it. Maybe
banana.
we're jumping to conclusions here. You know, maybe someone in charge, someone who knows what they're doing is going to look at this and be like, oh no, of course it's not going to be that way. Of course we're going to... Even if there was like a reality where this could have happened, we see that it's gonna happen and we're gonna make some kind of change. At least at the moment though, this does seem legit. At least for now, this does seem like a real thing. And it's a weird legal thing. I do not understand it, but it's just like it's the Japan Payment Services Act. It's something like whenever a company is selling like a prepaid code, prepaid goods or service.
I still have to think, like, as they near the 170 days, it's possible, you know, human error. Like, do you really expect literally every retailer in Japan to be able to remove the games off the shelves after the 170 days are over? Like, I just get the sense that if you live in Japan, like, there is a non-zero chance that on day 170, you're gonna buy it from a retailer, physically, code and box, from a retailer that, you know, isn't able to remove all the copies in time. Maybe they don't care enough to do so. Maybe they're like negligent on that. And then you're just gonna have the game and the code's just not gonna work. And then the retailer is on. They're just like, you know, yeah, just call the company. You know, just call Sony. It's like when you buy like a Fortnite card from the store and you scratch off the numbers on the back and you try to take it back and they're like, nah, you gotta call Fortnite, buddy. And then you discover at that moment in time that Fortnite has no customer support number for you to call. So instead you have to do a little chat thing with them. You gotta send an email.
They have to
send an email, send an apology email.
Give half the value of that stuff to the Japan Legal Affairs Bureau. I don't know, it's some consumer protection thing. But basically, it forces companies to give part of the value of their goods to the Bureau, but they can get around this.
Japan is the perfect country, Dingus. So my lies, I tell myself, is all I got left. Well, at least you can go there and go to a restaurant with no employees and get an item and leave money for it, and you know, nothing can happen. At least they can have those kinds of establishments, and everyone treats them well.
By putting an expiration date on the codes, which
There's
is
no
a
bad
weird.
actors that exploit the system.
It's a consumer protection thing, and the answer is to make the goods being sold to consumers less good, increasing the chances that the consumer will be left high and dry. Yeah, I really don't understand it at all. Point is, though, they put an expiration date on this stuff, and that somehow lets them get around it. The code has to expire 6 months after being issued, and so, yeah, 170 days. These codes are going to expire after 170
Is Xenoblade 2 upgrade
days.
pack?
So we're already really coming to terms with the fact that
Not
a
me
digital
yet.
purchase is not ownership. It is a purchase, but what you're purchasing is a
You're purchasing a license,
access
idiot.
This digital
You don't own your
content.
games,
and of
right?
course, that license can be revoked at any time, and you do not get your money back. So that's already a very ephemeral kind of thing. But now this code in a box like this, a code in a box, it may as well be a butterfly floating out of the ether. It could just go up in a little puff of smoke before you even have time to redeem it. This code in a box is a wisp of smoke. It's the last truffle seed. You have to just get it somewhere safe so you can plant it immediately before it's too late. And it's just amazing. It's comical, you know, like these companies making these announcements, one-upping each other, and then
they just want someone to go first, because that company's always going to take the most heat for it.
Why these announcements are bad, why an all-digital future is such a bad idea.
Also happened when they raised games to $70 a few years back.
Better, you know? They want us to be okay with an all-digital future, and yet they are doing absolutely nothing to make that future look any better. If anything, it's like they're purposefully trying to show us how terrible that future is going to be. It's like it's a sitcom at this point, the way it's being written. And even if this specific case does end up resolving somehow, even if they do end up somehow making some kind of exception and the codes in the boxes aren't going to expire after 170. Of course not. Of course they're not gonna. What are you, silly? Even so, it just holds a big magnifying glass over the lack of ownership.
All right, cleared it out.
Purchase a
Let's
digital
fucking
game.
go.
It holds a humongous spotlight on just how ridiculous this whole thing and how bad things are.
So
about
ridiculous,
to
you
get.
guys.
This is not going to be the last case of something like this happening. This is not going to be the last article you read about some ridiculous digital ownership snafu where just like people are going to buy a game and they're going to lose access. The code is going to expire, or the license is going to expire, or the servers are going to go down and people are going to lose it. They're going to
Stop killing
games.
games.
It's only going to get worse unless something changes. And
I don't know anything about
if
that.
anything will change, but I hope you have a good day, though. I hope something nice happens for you today. And I hope you're not living in Japan hoping to pick up a box copy of GTA 6. That's definitely one thing I hope.
Does GTA do good in Japan? The only thing I know about GTA over there is that VTubers who are, Eastern VTubers will play it, and then when they get to the N-word scene in GTA 5, they'll actually just say it. They'll straight up just say it. There's like a whole compilation of VTubers who have done that. Hello, Pancake Mix. We're listening to Arlo as I redo my Link's Awakening playthrough because I died. Therefore, felting the deathless ending run attempt. Braga. Yeah, that part. They just say, they don't have the American cultural context because they grew up in Japan, so they just hear it said in a sing-song way, and they're trying to be cute and cutesy, so they just say it. I don't even think they know it's offensive. They just say it. Braga. No, they should know better. We live in the digital age. The internet is around. There's no excuse. They were being hateful on purpose. Wah! Neighbor. It's like in Korea, it's just like, if you say it in Korea, you're just saying a number, right? Yeah, we all grew up with COD. What do they call in Japan in Japanese and COD? Like what do they call each other over there on voice chat? Maybe they're just extremely polite. Well, truly, we have a thing or two to learn from. They call it a high-trust society for a reason. We have another doom-mongering video. The title is More Vague Posting. Let's load it up. We may be looking at something huge. Oh no, this is a positive video.
Explored in the video I
no, it's definitely not Praise That Son.
Splatoon Raiders currently has an 81 on Metacritic, on the critic side.
Oh, look at this, look at this. Frame drops in this footage are the result of a captured issue on my end. The game runs flawlessly. He's broke!
He's broke. He doesn't want to buy a new capture card. Ah, he's got a bad wonky Elgato. He's got the Razor Ripsaw. Anyway, yeah, he's got a lemon setup. Okay. Splatoon Raiders, for some reason, is the highest user-rated Nintendo game on Metacritic. Ever. Like, we're talking, like, higher than Ocarina of Time right now.
Of all the notable publications that submitted their reviews, I really don't know how it works, like who gets to be in the club or whatever. But out of all of them, their scores kind of added up, averaged out to 8.1, which is good, which is pretty darn good.
It's good to hear, but you know, does it really deserve that title? Does it deserve to be the highest prize?
And then a bunch that just kind of, you know, good, very good. Then some more middling reviews. There was one that was actually a little bit low. You know, plenty critics thought it was, even if it was good, a little bit repetitive. So nothing like super special or anything, but overall pretty good. But it seems that in this case, as is so often the case, we are seeing a rather large discrepancy between the critic score and the user
Critics thought it was
score.
okay. Users
And
are
this
like,
is very
based?
common,
Question mark?
you know, on the internet, especially these days, you see a lot of animosity toward journo types, you know, game reviewers. They're often treated as subhuman, not even deserving of the title gamer with a capital G. And
That's
I do
true.
not necessarily subscribe to
Are you
that
sweeping for
line of
journos,
thinking,
Arlo?
Although I do completely recognize that when you review games as a career professionally, it can definitely have an impact on your relationship with those games, how you see games, you know, versus a person who's just kind of like casually playing whatever game they feel like playing at whatever pace. You know, a game reviewer, they play all these games.
I think he has to be careful with this segment because he is friends with a lot of these people. Keep that in mind. Like, he networks with a lot of these journos.
Have an impact. That does not mean that their opinions don't mean anything, but again, I just understand why you often see.
And just go to
these
Japan and
big
live like
differences
PewDiePie?
between the critic score and the user score.
Praise that son.
Sometimes one will be higher, the other will be lower, and it's not necessarily always one way or the other.
I can go
Critics
start
can
a
love it,
family
audience
over there.
cannot. The audience can love it, critics cannot, whatever. But in this case, with Splatoon Raiders, we are actually seeing a pretty darn big discrepancy. Right now, the user score on Metacritic.
Is he gonna accuse it of being like positive bomb? We see like review bombing in a negative way. Is he gonna accuse it like, you know, the game's good, but is it really that good? Maybe it's all toxic positivity. Yeah, toxic positivity review bomb
Is 9.3. And on the surface, that may not seem like a very big difference. That's it's only a 1.2 difference. But it
honestly, when I heard 9.3 from this news dropping, I was kind of like, 9.3, really? That's the highest for user score? But then I remember, oh yeah, well, motherfuckers review bomb constantly, and you know, people are fickle. Usually, if something is seen as like, if a lot of people see something as good, you know, you don't have to play the game to review it, to user reviews. You don't have to provide proof. You don't have to provide proof that you played this amount of hours. Not even really asking to see the ending, to see the credits, but like, you don't have to prove your playtime. You can just leave the user review and it just goes up there and tanks. So very easy to review bomb. So I guess 9.3 being the highest. Yeah, it's so surprising in hindsight. I just thought, wow, that's kind of. Upon me hearing that for the first time, I was like, wow, really? That's kind of low. Alright.
It actually is pretty darn significant, and that's because on the user side, anybody can submit a score. And of course, that is exactly why Metacritic scores don't really mean a lot. You know, like, you don't really put a lot of stock in it. It's just kind of something to look at, something to get kind of a general vibe for how people are feeling about a game. You don't really take it very seriously, you know? Like, if, for example, all of the critics really love a game because it's just this, like, really emotional, impactful experience, just a really wonderful work of art, a real just human expression of the people who made it, but one of the characters has blue hair, then all of the capital G gamers will rally together to.
Oh my god, why did he have to include this part? Okay, he is complaining about review bombs.
Yeah, did we... All you have to do is talk about how Splatoon Raiders has the highest user score. You don't have to make it about, like, anti-wokeness and anti-SJWs. Oh my god.
Just this, like, really emotional, impactful
Let me hear that again.
experience. Just a really wonderful work of art. A real...
What game is he describing here? So again, he's talking about games that are perceived as so good they could be considered works of art. But then he goes to the user scores and sees a bunch of anti-woke shit. So what game? He seems too afraid to name a game, to name the game that he's describing. Last of Us Part 2? Is that what he's saying? A game that is so good you could conceivably consider it to be a piece of art, but the user scores don't reflect that. Hi, Krusty Punky. My family left me for a Nintendo gamer. Can I win them back, or are they gone for good? Go to the trendy game and win them a Yoshi doll. Shiver has blue hair. The game is woke. It's woke!
Of the people who made it, but one of the characters has blue hair, then all of the capital G gamers will
wait, it's Life is Strange. He's crying about Life is Strange.
Rally together to review bomb the game, and they can bring it down several points. But that unstable nature is kind of why when a game has like a genuinely high user score, it kind of makes it a little bit more impressive, you know? Like, especially now that we're all talking about it. Like,
the game is so good, even the anti-wokers can't find anything wrong with it. It's true. That's what 9.3, you know, given all the review bombing that people got to deal with nowadays, and sometimes it is righteous. Given all the review bombing, yeah, 9.3, you can maintain that in this kind of climate, this kind of landscape. Yeah, I guess that is worth a golf clap. Game is so good, even the anti-wokers can't pretend that it's like it. There's like, even they are hypnotized.
If people don't just go and review bomb it just because, and if it can maintain this user score, well then there you go. That means people are actually feeling pretty good about the game. Of course, you know, people can do the opposite of review bombing, but whatever. You imagine that in the end, at the end of the day, it probably all evens out. And the point I'm trying to make is 9.3 is pretty darn good. You want to know how good 9.3 is? 9.3 puts it at number 7 in the top 10 highest user-rated games of all time.
What is it losing to?
Of all time. No kidding.
Steam review bombing has a flowchart of 1. The game's run to the culture war. 2. The Chinese are angry.
Games overall on
like censorship and shit.
And as for games that released this year, it is second only to Resident Evil Requiem. Resident Evil Requiem and Clear Obscure.
Okay, he put it on screen. He actually did editing for a Ramble channel video. So, Last of Us, Witcher, we have a higher user score than The Witcher 3 and Last of Us. We're losing to The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, I guess, with the DLC. Metal Gear Solid 3, Silent Hill 2. These are good games to lose to. Cory in the House, Resi Requiem, and Claire Obscure. Claire Obscure has the highest user score on the entire platform. Claire Obscure. Not an AstroTurf game at all. That is a legitimate passion project all around, overall indie game. No money went into that from outside foreign sources. That was an entirely genuine article. Game built from the ground up with the heart, passion, sweat, blood, and tears of a team of specifically 31 people. Nobody else was contracted to work on the game. Hi, Clav. That's true, it is a cult. Unlike the people who drink Humex, they aren't a cult. I do like Humex. Totally unfunded by a venture capital billionaire daddy. Let's see. Cory in the House makes the whole list a joke. Can we get a fact check on Clair Obscuro? Does it use Unreal Engine? I am not sure. See, not a Ubisoft offshoot. Cory in the House is an unsung classic. The gameplay, and hi, Golden Cream. The gameplay of Clair Obscure, I was told, was just what Paper Mario and Mario and Luigi were already doing, just with real people. RPG, but not anime. Guys, this is the best game I've ever played. Not like, we're not playing Cory in the House. This is the best game I've ever played. This is gonna change. I remember seeing someone post a tweet. It was like, this game is gonna change the gaming landscape. There are 2 periods in time before Clair Obscure and after Clair Obscure. No matter what you do, no matter what you talk, when the discussion of good video games comes about, you will not be able to ignore Clair Obscure. This game is so potent and pertinent in our gaming zeitgeist that we're gonna have to change fucking gaming dev curriculums to forcibly include this game. It is that good. I refuse. Look inside, it's Paper Mario. It's capital G gamers getting mad about Final Fantasy not being exactly what they want and give them the feelings they had from like 25 years ago. I'm sorry, but that music is absolute dog shit. I will not be gaslit. The music of Clair Obscure? Yeah, it's certainly no Total Heights, that's for sure. It's not like there haven't been turn-based games the last couple decades. True, they've never went away. Some people were calling it like a revival of the genre. Oh, it's proof. That's what I heard. It's proof that turn-based is not dead. Well, it never went away. You can say, oh, it's resigned to like lower budget if not indie necessarily, but like, oh, it's been resigned to like Falcon games and the occasional Nintendo RPG that gets put out, but they never went away. Even Square Enix was still doing turn-based with Octopath was turn-based, wasn't it? And a couple of other RPGs they put on Switch. Like it just feels like a very insincere point to make. Baldur's Gate 3 was turn-based, and that one like Game of the Year. So we're just saying Clair Obscure, it's a return to turn-based. Turn-based can still succeed, Square Enix. It felt like a very big AstroTurf kind of middle finger to Square Enix, which also fucked them for different reasons. They were big on the NFT stuff. With that, was it like a Parasite Eve NFT game? And just a other bunch of mistakes they've done, mishandling of like IPs, Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts. For me personally, Kingdom Hearts. All sounds the same, has no editing, shows that he has absolutely no technique whatsoever. Also, his performance at TGA was fucking embarrassing. Square hasn't made a good Final Fantasy in years. Random franchises had to take various elements from other RPGs and make them Kino. I brought up a lot recently the article that they put out saying the audience for Final Fantasy, they're all people in their 40s now. They're losing the younger demographic for Final Fantasy because they put out the games so... they take so long to put out the games now that they're losing entire generations of kids who in the 90s got suckered into it and grew up with the franchise. Those guys are now 40, you know, they're DSP's age, and they're gonna get cycled out, and they're gonna stop playing Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest. It also included Dragon Quest. They were like sampling children. They were sampling Japanese children, asking them about RPGs they play. No one answered Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest, like a very, very small percentage. They did answer Pokemon. So say what you will about your like Pokemon, and Lord knows I have, but at least in the terms of like getting new fans and having those people get cycled in who are gonna stay, you know, pignatized and devoted to the IP as they grow older, Nintendo's doing that much right. The games themselves just need to be better in quality. Need to iterate. Hope that the older millennials are appeased by the FF Brave Exodus gacha remake. Looks decent. I've heard a lot of great things about that. I've not played the gacha, but when I was talking about the direct and we were reacting to it and just talking about it afterwards, a lot of people said the game itself is good, the story is good, just the gacha elements were bad. Is the modern awful 3x3 threads you see back today? No, I think those still exist. I think they still do 3x3 threads. Sometimes they'll do like 4x4 or 5x5. No, you gotta do the full 3x3, buddy. Another remake, BRB roping. Dingus, I'm starving, pick my poison. Wendy's, Chipotle, Panda Express, or McDonald's. I got no choice in other shit at the moment. I don't really fuck with Panda Express or Chipotle. Like, I'll eat it, but it's not my go-to. I think, I would go with Wendy's, but I had Wendy's this week, so that's my biases speaking. I go with Wendy's. Chat. Got some input, chat. Hey, Astro, Wendy's nuts? What did he mean by that, huh? I'm gonna do it with Final Fantasy Tactics inspired one. This is at least the second gacha remake in HD 2D. I would hope that experimenting with the HD 2D stuff, like, you know, doing the remakes, like have that be an excuse to like train new teams. You know, so that they know how to use HD 2D, and then like train them to make newer games. Like have them make remakes so that they could be trained into how those games work, their game design philosophies, and then just have them make new games after. Because Nintendo does that with their remakes. They force the dev team to make a remake, and then quite afterwards, they make a new game. Okay, sorry, I had to juke him around. Nintendo has people make remakes and then afterwards make a new game with the same engine. So that happened with Link's Awakening remake. That got parlayed into Echoes of Wisdom. It happened with Metroid Samus Returns. That got parlayed into Metroid Dread, and it likely will happen with Star Fox remake. Wendy's fries tend to be super salty though. I like it like that though. I don't like Burger King fries or
McDonald's fries are okay when you get them. Hey, Woozle. I wish we could bring the executives making HD2D games into the streets and make an example of out of them. I'm not too over the moon with HD2D either. I'm really glad Super Mario RPG was not an HD2D game. Big up Zerazi, big up MT Dude. To make new games, you have AA and AAA games as a studio. They need to do all that with big projects. They just cannot get away with recycling assets, engines. It's an industry-wide problem. And gamers need to shut the fuck up and let the devs make the games they want. A lot of people were seething when Pokemon was announced to be taking this year off, and the new one is going to come next year. But it's like, you guys have been asking them for them. You've been asking for them to take their fucking time with the game. Now they do, and you're complaining that you aren't getting a game this year. Like, a lot of people are saying, "Oh, Nintendo needs a big fucking Pokemon game this year," and then they get Pokopia, and that does gangbusters despite just being a spinoff. So I think they're good on Pokemon stuff this year. Like, Pokopia's done so good. I don't think they have to worry about the IP floundering because there's no mainline title this year. Let them take their time. Hey, lousy director. Hey, Dringo. Pokemon fans will never be happy. They're like peak toxic Sonic fans, but somehow arguably worse. Nintendo doesn't need anything this year anymore. They're basically killing it. Switch 2 release year is a little underwhelming, but you got the whole back catalog. For me, Clav, I know that the games that people all want are gonna come, so I don't need the confirmation that they're coming. Like, it's obvious they're coming, because I know how the dev cycles work. It's like, not to say that I'm like, oh, I'm so intelligent and big brain, but I literally just pay attention to dev interviews and how long it takes between sequels, iterations of these franchises to come out, and I'm like, okay, yeah, 3D Mario is obviously coming, Smash is coming, all these games you want, new 3D Zelda is gonna, just because I don't have the hype cycle, just because I'm not fucking pogging out every second of being advertised to about them, doesn't mean that I think they're not coming. They are. So, for me, I mainly do my gaming on Nintendo stuff nowadays, so upgrading from the Switch 1 to Switch 2 just kind of made sense. Like, it was basically what people were asking for, a Switch Pro. They were crying for a Switch Pro for years, then they got it with the Switch 2, and they're like, oh, was that it? That's what you asked. When the Switch 1 was out and it was underpowered, you're like, oh, just keep doing what you're doing, like, keep putting out the same quality of games, just make it stronger. And that's basically what they did. So they had the Switch 2, and they're like, oh, is that it? It's kind of just the same thing, but stronger. But that's what you asked for! Oh well. There's good multi-platform stuff, Castlevania and Final Fantasy in October. People whining about Mario Kart World. I will say the online infrastructure is awful. They turned it around with Splatoon Raiders. I hope that's the wake-up call. Mario Kart World could be better in that regard. Like, if Mario Kart World had the keyword system that Splatoon Raiders has, like, that would do so much, like, just by putting that in. But Splatoon Raiders has, like, really great online for a Nintendo first-party title. I'm quite surprised. Pleasantly surprised.
Are number 2 and number 1 respectively, which does sort of maybe suggest a bit of a recency bias, but then you've got some classics too. Number 4 is Silent Hill 2 for PS2. You got Metal Gear Solid 3. Number 3 is Disney's Cory in the House, which does sort of highlight just the nature of what we're dealing with Metacritic. But yeah, you can see right there, Splatoon Raiders is number 7. People are really liking it. And I think this is really interesting because, again, like, it makes sense for the critics to feel one way and the players to feel another. A critic who plays a lot of games and probably, like, crammed a lot of this game to play it. Like, the game is really good, but it is repetitive. Like, I'm really enjoying it, but it's got a certain flavor, and it does not really deviate from that flavor the whole time. So I could see why a critic may not be as into it, especially if they had to play a whole bunch.
Critics need to innovate. It doesn't innovate enough on the Splatoon formula.
Seem to be really loving it, and at the risk of this turning into just a second impressions video,
yeah, I remember the camera shot.
I really cannot tell you. I really cannot properly express how much.
I was really unsure about Mina the follower using GBC aesthetic, but I really liked it. I've seen a lot of people play it, but I haven't played it myself yet. It looks good. Hoot! That is a fearsome-looking animal you have there. Do not forget, the next instrument is in Gopanga Swamp. I know. Where's the Metroid review? He hasn't put it out yet. He's scared!
much fun I'm having with this game. I really cannot. I've streamed the game for a total of well over 24 hours. I did a 12-hour stream yesterday, played it nonstop. Did an 11-hour stream a couple of days ago.
And apparently he didn't play with his chat at all, despite being a streamer. It feels kind of weird to do that, especially with a game like this. Shows from the name, makes sense he would be scared. Well, he did like an impressions video, where the impressions video was a gimmick video in which he presented it as a dream. Like he was dreaming about Metroid Prime 4 being the game that he always longed for. It's a very weird approach to the impressions video. And then he just recently put out what went wrong with Metroid Prime 4, which is him whining about everything that went wrong with the game, but not actually telling you what he thinks about it. Yeah, I think the Brazilian government leaked a new 2D Metroid. That should be the next one on the way. Dingus will play Zelda 2, but he needs to buy it in support. Will he sweep for Metroid like Dingus? Me sweeping with the quote-unquote I can't give it higher than a 6 out of 10 score. It's hard in the early game. If you like 2D Zelda games, you should absolutely play it. Same team as Shovel Knight. I am aware of that part, but to be real, I didn't play Shovel Knight either. But I just recently played DuckTales NES, so I played the source. I played the source inspiration for the pogo stick mechanic. Dingish, Zelda 2 stream blind with no backseating would be a treat. With that, and then I put on an actual blindfold, and then Carl Jokes exposes me later on for faking the run. Zelda 2's last sprint does not fuck around. That shit plays for keeps. It plays with all the marbles on the table. I'm gonna be left staring at the felt on the table when I die. Shovel Knight's pretty good. I haven't really played any expansions for it, but really like vanilla Shovel Knight. I remember hearing a lot, and I mentioned this previously when it was brought up, but people really liked Spectre Knight, almost like more than the main game. And what was the other one? Gold Knight, King of Cards or whatever was like Wario Land. Composer's really good. Should play it, it's great, and some of the DLC is hard. One of these days, for sure. I just got a lot on my plate right now. The backlog never ends. Hey, Scrumbles.
And I'm gonna stream more today. I really genuinely can't
the
put
bracelet.
the game down. And so that's why I'm doing this video here, is I really just want to highlight, for the right person, this game hits so good. it hits so.
But for the wrong person, it fucking
so incredibly
sucks.
hard. And it's really making me happy to see how well it's doing just among the players. And of course, I will go more into all of this in more detail and, you know, worded better, with better words and thoughts and things in the full review. But like,
how long into the Splatoon
has
Raiders
such
review do you
good
think?
Gameplay. But if you're like me, and it's like, all right, I'm not a PvP guy. I'm just not. I'm never gonna be. But I love Splatoon. I love the controls and everything. So that's why, like, the campaigns were always fun, but they were always so short. And then Salmon Run was
Three's
really,
campaign was a
really
decent
fun
length.
because that wasn't competitive. It was cooperative. But of course, that was difficult because it wasn't always easy to get friends together. You could play with randos online, and that was okay. But even beyond that, there were just a lot of limitations. You couldn't choose what weapon you used. There was no real, like, customization or anything, and there was no real progression system. You know, you do well enough, and you go up, like, the ranks, whatever your Grizz
Well, that's all DSP needs for online progression.
and of course, the higher it goes, then the harder everything gets. But that was basically it. It was basically, you do well, and the rank goes up, and you do poorly, and the rank goes down, and that's it. And yet it was still so much fun because the core gameplay of Splatoon was so fun, and the idea of
He's playing the new
Salmon
Splatoon
Run,
Woozle,
fighting these hordes of salmonids,
which I've also been
was
playing.
just really amazing.
It is genuinely good though.
So
but
this
only on the
game
Switch
right
too.
here, it's just like, for a person like me, this is Splatoon just to its fullest potential. just no limitations anymore. And it's like it is completely unlocked.
Well, it certainly has
the
a limitation in customization.
It is now fun to the maximum degree, and I'm seeing this echoed everywhere, and I'm seeing this echoed here in the user reviews, user scores on Metacritic. You know, and I've seen.
I think the problem is that he's saying this is what Splatoon should be. Like now we have like we've finalized and perfected the Splatoon formula. I don't really disagree too much because I sucked off the game too when I beat it yesterday. Okay, well, wrong choice of words. He's wrong for saying it's what Splatoon should be. What he should say is that it's what Splatoon could be, because it's a spin-off. I don't think the main games... I don't think they should abandon the format of the main games and go entirely in the Raiders direction. Hi, GPM. Yeah, I restarted because I died and I didn't rewind and I died and I didn't do the quick restart code in time. I rewound to do that. I didn't rewound before I died. I rewound while the death animation was going on, and then I did the quick restart code, but I didn't feel comfortable doing that in hindsight. So I was like, let me do it the big boy way. Let me take my licks, and I restarted the run appropriately. So my neighbor watches Arlo. He sieves. Walked out early and heard him yell, "This fuck-ass puppet Arlo." I smiled and laughed hard. You did? Wait, he did? I don't believe you. Buy me a Switch 2 with your good boy points from the wage cage. I gotta save up for the new Fire Emblem.
A lot of people say, like, you know, Splatoon is actually really fun when you're not just getting destroyed and sniped constantly. Splatoon is actually really fun when you don't just feel like a garbage player because you can't get anywhere, because you cannot win a single match, you know? Splatoon
That's me
is
in the
really
higher
fun
ranks.
when you have more than like a 4 or 5 hour campaign to do, when you've got a real, full experience to just sink your teeth into. It is so ridiculously fun. And then, of course, when you've got this full fat, fully fledged flesh progression system, this game is basically an RPG. It's a looter shooter. You've got all of the loot drops.
Look at the Shy Guy.
You're collecting the resources, and you're customizing all your guns, and you're making parts to customize the guns, and you're upgrading your guns.
Yeah, it's by design, Woozle. He's a
incredible.
puppet enjoyer.
Stronger and stronger salmon.
Look at his dingus.
Watching the numbers go up, and it's just
I like
so
how he
good.
has his little stubby
It's
arms
really
out, like he's like a
incredibly
ghost.
good. And so I am not surprised at all. I'm not surprised at all that the user score is so high. I don't want to get my hopes up. I don't know how well the game
Damn, you got the gamer neighbor, Koizumers.
Before, how like with a spin-off, there's a chance that it could appeal to only.
Yeah, there are Shy Guys in Link's Awakening. A lot of Mario enemies. The remake added even more. And then you also have like Kirby. Straight up, evil Kirby is an enemy, but he appears way later on.
Percentage of the pre-existing fan base, and so it's not going to sell as well. But in this case, it really, I think it does appeal to people who like wanted to be Splatoon fans but just couldn't get into a PvP series. But
They want it to be LARPer tourists.
To it, so it can kind of
Now
go
they have
beyond
access.
that
Splatoon is
initial
for
fan
everyone
base.
now.
For all I know, we're going to get the sales numbers and it'll sell a few million. You know, like it'll like 3 million, 4 million. It'll sell fine. I don't know. Like that would still be good. Like
I think it's gonna sell a lot. Maybe I'm coping, but it feels like a lot of people are getting
even
into
when
it.
Compared to, you know, Splatoon 3 was like 13 or 14s. No.
Also, GPM, since you're here, Dogsplain gave me an eShop card, and he told me to get the N64 NSO controller, and I'm using that to play this now. I'm playing this with an N64 Switch controller.
2 was 13 or 14, 3 was like 11 or 12 or something. I just would not be surprised.
That's insane.
if
It
this
works
game
too.
turned
Like I'm
into
surprised.
something big.
It's it is a Game Boy
would
game.
not be surprised. Just like right now,
D-pad feels great,
still
which is
only been
ironic
out
because it's an
for,
N64
like,
controller.
under a week, and yet just hearing people's reactions to it and my own feelings, I think this could be something. I really do think that this could at least potentially become something that could rival the main games. I mean, I don't know. Multiplayer games, they tend to do very well. There are a lot of people who like to play PvP multiplayer games. At the same time, though, people also like co-op games, and just about this entire game can be played co-op. And if anything, they could expand
Just, minus the first world.
nature of this game in future titles or updates or whatever. So I'm just saying there's a chance this game will do fine. It'll do well enough, a few million copies, and that'll be good. But like, I really think there's a chance this could become just another big thing. Like, maybe not as big as mainline Splatoon, but maybe. Really, honestly, maybe. Just based on how people are reacting to it. I keep reading comments, even while streaming it. People in chat. So many people. Countless people. Just being like, yeah, I never cared about Splatoon. I'm not a PvP person, but I get this looks too
D-pad
fun.
on 64 controller is good. Use it when emulating NES games, GBA games sometimes.
It looks like too much fun. Or they're like, I did pick it up, and now I cannot.
Pudding, why? What did I do? Tempo controller, but you have to play N64 games with the OG N64 controller, to be honest. I want to try it with Star Fox. Because the remake does let you play using it, which is pretty based.
Put it down. So it's not only a Splatoon game that can potentially appeal to a person who thought Splatoon looked cool, but they just don't like PvP multiplayer games, so like probably a pretty big percentage of the gaming population. Not only is it a Splatoon game that can now be sold to them, but it itself is just an incredibly good, just ridiculously addictive game. Just a
this guy.
example of one of those games you pick it up and you just can't put it down again, and hours and hours and hours and hours go by. Like, yeah, again, 12-hour stream yesterday. It was like hour, like, I don't know, 8 or 9 or something, when people were like, dude, have you had dinner? Like, do you need to go to bed? Are you okay? And I genuinely
No one ever
was just
says
like,
that to
what?
me.
Like, what time is it? It was like waking up from a dream. I just think Nintendo could have something.
Dude, are you
big on
okay,
their
bro?
hands. And this is just the beginning, is the thing.
Is it time for munchies,
DLC.
Dinkus? You
There's
okay, bro?
room for sequels. This is already a feature-complete game. I feel like I couldn't be happier.
I do think it's
and
another
yet, like,
feature-complete
no, there could be
release from
sequels, absolutely.
Nintendo
There's always,
this year.
always
Pretty
more
good.
guns, more salmonids, more levels, more types of like just it's already like perfect. And yet, you can still see how it can be improved. And
We're doing all right.
I
am Waffle.
I think
Thank you
this
for
could
asking.
be the beginning of its.
I actually don't like when Arlo speaks in hypotheticals, like he's the law in hypotheticals. I would get the 8-bit Duo N64 controller for like 20 bucks less instead of the Nintendo one. Play the game, monkey! Okay. Can we keep you goth, or is it only a temporary model change? Temporary model change. It's supposed to look like I got, like, soot and ash on me. You think that's like goth look? No, I think if we did like a true Dingus goth look, I need some sort of face paint. You know, maybe we could do like Kabuki mode with Kabuki paint on the mask, but like goth mode, we would need like teardrops down the mask holes, and maybe one of them is slightly cracked. And maybe you see like some darkness and miasma within the mask holes. Oh, what could be behind the mask, you wonder? My 8-bit Do Pro 2 has stick drift or some shit. It pisses me off! Wait, not goth, anti-guy? For anti-guy, we would have to adjust the color of the mask. Because anti-guy's mask is a darker shade. It's not, he doesn't have the full white mask.
Own separate
Probably
parallel
doable.
series that I don't know, might even rival the mainline games. But only time will tell. For now, it's so good. It's just, I mean, it's so good. I can't even, it's just so good. It's so good, you guys.
I can't even, you guys. It's just like so heckin' good, guys. I think we got his last video coming up here. Whoa, I got a map. Hi, Consuela. Hi, Thief. I haven't stolen anything. Yet. I know I have to do that to complete the album. Okay, so here is his newest video, and that'll be the last one to watch. The console war is over. We lose, and a thumbnail is a very sad Arlo in front of like the Xbox and PlayStation executives. Come in, Consuela. Going through Link's Awakening. I'm actually restarting my deathless ending attempt here because I died last stream.
This video was brought to you by Squarespace.
We got a sponsorship.
Did I just say that? I don't know if history will necessarily
There he
look
is!
back at this moment
Our
as
king!
being
It's a real
particularly
video!
meaningful in the grand scheme of things. The impact of Sony doing away with physical media won't really be felt until it happens in 2028, and then Xbox parting ways with a bunch of studios, firing a bunch of employees. That's just normal. That's just straight up normal behavior for Xbox. And then of course, this is just...
Is that the Elder Scrolls 6 trailer? I didn't notice. It's been so long since any of us have watched it. Is it the trailer in the background? Pretty sad that Switch is the best console. Don't most people parade around, that have the ability to do so with the PC gaming, don't they parade around that the best combo is PC plus Switch? Because then why else would you need a console if your PC can play most everything? Though I guess now with more expensive, parts, maybe most people aren't upgrading anytime soon.
Two pieces of the greater puzzle. Just two little strokes in the chapel-spanning masterpiece.
Boo! Look, it's Boo!
The game industry implodes in slow motion. Oil on canvas. But personally speaking, it feels like a much bigger shift than usual is taking place. Again, the greater industry has its greater problems. We can talk about that all day. But in particular, when it comes to the Sony
this pants grab.
dynamic, it feels like we just stepped into a very new era for these companies. A painting is made of so many individual...
Consoles are going to be more expensive too, though, so you may as well just get a more expensive PC. Yeah, you could look at it like that. It's like, at this point, like, what is the PS6 really offering? You have no physical games. They can take away your purchases at any time. Maybe you'll get an Astrobot game out of it, and a Spider-Man game that won't hit PC because Sony is too scared to port their games now. Maybe a good God of War. Whoa, it's the same IPs you're used to seeing all the time. Nothing actually new. It's okay when Nintendo does it.
Strokes, and yet sometimes you can put in just a few really big, strong strokes that,
Big, long strokes. Are stroking. Are you stroking it? Do I still have that one? Okay, I have DSP long stroke. I be stroking. I have the WarioWare one. Jorking. Was like joiking it? Yeah, Joy King. I'm Joy. This is from Mario Party. If you could buy a PS5 and a Switch 2, or you could buy a PC that emulates the PS5 and Switch 2 and every other console, which choice would you make? Well, for me, I already made the former choice. Luckily, I have the eternal cope that my day one PS5 only appreciates in value with each passing day. What's the official name of that movement? Woggle? So it's from the instructions segment of a Mario Party minigame, so it doesn't have like a description attached. I think it was for the lasso minigame, so probably that's the motion you make for using the lasso, the barrel lasso minigame. No, not barrel, it was coins. You're lassoing coins and trying to avoid the babams.
that really help fill in that picture more than the rest. Let's start with Xbox. Making poor decisions is not a new thing for Xbox. They've been making almost nothing but poor decisions for almost 2 entire generations now. One of their only decisions that seemed good at first, Game Pass, has ended up biting them in the tuchus by only feeding into an ever-growing hesitance among players to purchase new games.
Yeah, I always have low
It made them
expectations
a bunch
for
of
me.
money and made the shareholders very happy at first.
I march to the beat of my own self-defeating drum.
Its games is incalculable, and beyond Game Pass, it's just been blunder after blunder after blunder. They cannot make an award-winning hit game to save their lives. And
They gotta make
companies
Blinks 3.
frequently react to failures with layoffs and studio closures and all that. So again, what they're doing now should not be surprising, and yet right now, Xbox is exhibiting a level of short-sightedness and raw desperation that, to me, feels unprecedented. Corporate short-sightedness and greed and all that is one thing, but right now, Xbox feels like a dying animal. It feels like an animal that is in the throes of
You mean
death
only
itself.
right now?
Before we continue talking about you know, all that, a brief reminder that this video was brought to you by Squarespace. If you
Really?
need a website, but you've never made a website in your life, you have no idea where to even get started,
Oh, I
Squarespace
love
has got
making
your back.
websites.
Squarespace's intuitive builder lets you build a website basically however you want, absolutely zero coding knowledge required. You want to make it
I don't
super
even have to
simple,
know how
they've
to
got a whole
vibe
bunch of
code?
templates you can start with, you pick one, you start plugging in your own stuff, and before you know it, you've got a super slick looking website. Real nice and professional. Squarespace is great for casual
This
stuff,
looks so
personal
professional, guys.
websites, blogs, that kind of thing. But you can just as easily make a really nice professional looking page for your business. My
Yeah, they
site,
wanted
Arlo
Call of Duty
Recommends,
numbers from
is a
Hi-Fi
simple
Rush.
blog, so putting it together was easy, and creating content for it is easy. I
The
draft
dev is
up my
back now.
posts, format my text, embed pictures and
It's not
videos
under
and whatever
Microsoft.
I want, schedule it to automatically post whenever I want. It'll even automatically generate social media posts for those posts, and boom, I'm done. I just sit back and watch the analytics to see how many of them sweet clicks I'm getting. And if I ever need more for my site, I know Squarespace offers lots of powerful extensions. To try out Squarespace for yourself, head to squarespace.com for a free trial. Then when you're ready to launch, head to squarespace.com/Arlo to save 10% off your first website or domain. And now for
Music.
today's recommendation.
Music or food? Music or food? Music or food? Music.
Apples and peanut butter. I don't know, recently I've just been on this huge apples.
Okay, so if you're not aware, every time he does a Squarespace sponsorship, he shills his blog, and the blog is just you saw it, you literally saw it when he was shilling the service. The blog is just he recommends a random thing, but because he is so lazy and he does these last minute, it always just ends up being something he is currently eating or something he is currently listening to. So it always ends up being music or food. So the food recommendation, your Arlo tries it, is apples with peanut butter.
And peanut butter kick. It's so good. Healthy carbs, good fats. It's filling. It's delicious. Thanks again to Squarespace. Now
It's okay.
You know. Please forgive me for very clumsily trying to bring in psychology here. I'm not a psychologist, and I don't know if there's any
he's a
specific
psychologist now.
terminology I could be using here. I don't know if this is associated with any one sort of mental condition. It's just something that I've kind of observed about mindsets. So I'm just going to bring in analogies from my own life. The times when I have been the most in control of my life.
Yes,
and
my AI
emotions
apples and
have
my
been times
AI
when
peanut butter.
I'm taking the middle road. My experiences and emotions and actions and decisions are not marked by extreme highs or lows, peaks or valleys. I'm taking a moderate approach. But then I think back to when I was a kid and I was doing some sort of like jogathon or something. I had to see
He's
how
a
many
jogger?
laps I could do, how many times I could go around the parking lot or something. And I was so eager to do as many laps as possible that I just ran like crazy. I just sprinted and I completely burned myself out. So then I'm just like crawling. I can't get anywhere because now
He's
I'm
fat.
too tired. But
He
then
can't.
I
He's
get really
tired. He's
frustrated about how
tired.
poorly I'm
He's
doing.
fatigued.
So then
He's
I start
tired.
sprinting again, and I just keep alternating back and forth between these two states because it's like the only motivating factor in my
No runner's
brain
high?
is frustration.
Maybe
It's
the runner's high is just a
frustration,
meme.
the crazy drive to do really well, making me go really fast and then going really slow because I have exhausted myself. I ended up doing very, very poorly, and all the other kids who just jogged.
I restarted my run because I died last time, remember? And I rewound it.
Better than me. The same has been true for diet and exercise. Oh, I'm so motivated to eat better, so I'm gonna cut out every single bad thing possible, and I'm gonna hit the gym, and I'm gonna work out like absolute crazy all day, every day, and then I'm gonna get so sick of the healthy food, and I so miss having just like a cookie or something every once in a while, or I'm so exhausted from the gym.
I like to point out that this kind of turned into a food analogy. Imagine if you owned a sandwich shop.
I'm so sore, I burn myself out, and I hate working out, and I never want to do it ever again.
No, there's literally a deathless ending. That's why I'm doing it. It's okay to, for me, my thinking is you could do the quick restart combo that Goon mentioned on the GBA. And I figured a lot of people have done that to achieve the ending. But if I just run out of time to do the combo and it counts the death, you know, I do have to restart. I can't just do rewind or save state on that. So I'm doing it over. Not sure, real talk, apples with peanut butter, though, are kind of okay. Enjoyed them a lot when I was younger. Haven't had them as I'm older, though, now. Times have changed. I think I had it, like, once, maybe? It wasn't just like a...
Like, I've had, like, a PB&J, you know, I'll have apples, but I never really thought to mix the two, you guys. Why is the game reviewer talking about the ticking time bomb that are his clogged arteries? Why is he not talking about video? It's gonna circle back. It's all gonna come together, bro. It's all gonna circle back. Come on, you guys. I was big on oatmeal as a kid. I know those con leche.
By desperation.
I still kind of am.
Cases, rather than just having the patience to just do the right thing, one step at a time. Take a moderate approach. Phil Spencer saw that Xbox had a really big problem. No one was buying Xbox Ones, and it was largely because there was no reason to buy one. There were no games to play on it. There were no.
What about Halo?
Halo
Xbox 5.
games to play. So what does Xbox do at that time?
What about Rise, Son of Rome?
Tons and tons of studios. Just buy everybody. And
Dude, remember all the positivity around that shit? People were like, oh my god, Xbox is buying everything, they're saving everybody. What if Microsoft bought Sega and they owned Sonic and they competed against Mario and Nintendo again? And now look. Now look what happens now. Look what happened now, idiot. Yeah, I was just gonna say, Clav, that was my next point, actually. The name doesn't help. You know, Grandma at Target has to specify that she means the console Xbox One, not the first Xbox. Though I guess that wouldn't be too much of an issue, because, you know, if you're Walmart still selling the OG Xbox, like, we got like a fucking backstock problem.
Start work on all
the Wii U for sure would have caused confusion for parents.
A bad decision in a vacuum, but then they.
And, you know, they did make it worse. They did, like, the Xbox One, then the One S, then the One X, then an all-digital Xbox One S, and then I think even an all-digital One X. And then they did the Series S and X, which is an even crazier, stupider naming scheme. Retaining the X and S name scheme just makes the confusion even worse. So now you have to say Xbox Series X, or Xbox Series S, or Xbox Series S 1TB, or Xbox Series S 1TB all-digital Black Edition, Xbox Series X 2TB, no disc. Okay, a discless Series X is also something that's available now. 2TB discless Series X black coloration. It's fucking dog shit. Parents got, like, I have dealt with parents that were confused in the past during the olden yesteryear days. I did have to deal with parents who were confused on, like, all the various Xboxes. And I think on at least one occasion it got to a point where it's like, fuck it, what does PlayStation look like? Okay, PlayStation 4 was easier to explain. Okay, you have the OG PS4. They don't make those brand new anymore, ma'am. We have the PS4 Slim, and we have the PS4 Pro. So you have two options. The regular one, which is you basically call the Slim the regular one. That's the regular one. The Slim, that was the current model. We have the Slim, and we have the Pro. Which one do you want? I'll take the Slim, because it's only 300. Okay, let's get the Slim. Xbox was a Nepo Baby brand that got extremely lucky with Halo. Yeah, it'll kind of always just stick around in some capacity, in my opinion, just because it's Microsoft. But we are seeing the death of the consoles. We're hearing that they're doing this PC thing, which is also going to be discless. Guarantee. I don't think they've made the official announcement. But if you think that thing is doing this, then you don't know Jack. Like, we've got fucking... We once existed in a time where people thought computers would always have disc trays. And now we're like... there was some resistance when they took them away. I know I was one of the resistors. And now they just have no disc trays and, you know, nobody minds. But that new Xbox ain't having no disc trays. And, it's gonna be more like a PC. I think this is their way of kneeling. At the same time, you have that CEO, Asha Shawarma, which is what I'm gonna call her. Asha Shawarma seems to be going all militaristic and recalling a lot of Phil Spencer's felted strategies from before he walked out the door. She took out Halo Campaign Evolved's trailer from the State of Play, allegedly. And she is pulling PS5 versions of all their future games. Like, they're going back to the Xbox PC combo. I think I spoke on this previously. I said... What did I say? I said yeah, I said Xbox should spread out and just take the L, and because they have if it's played on PC, it benefits them. At least if it's on Windows, you know, because they're Microsoft. They win on PC regardless. But it also does self-felt
it still felt to market for Xbox. It's like one less reason to buy an Xbox if you put it on PC, even if it does benefit them overall if it's a sale on PC. PlayStation, I instead argue that they should keep their shit exclusive, and them putting shit on PC only hurts them. And Nintendo is wholly dependent on their exclusivity and their console ecosystem, so they're gonna keep going console for the foreseeable future. So Xbox kind of pulling it back and going back to Xbox PC combo and not putting their stuff on PS5 anymore, I think is definitely a sign of desperation. It's a sign of that they're uncertain. It's a sign of uncertain of what they should be doing, really. I think some people, like Phil, are looking at it as, oh, she's taking the reins. She's putting the control back in the company. She's slapping all of them silly and telling them what to do. But I think it's more like they're just trying to see what'll work. Okay, well, Halo on PS5, Gears on PS5 didn't work out. Okay, I guess we'll just, like, backtrack. Sorry we said we put games on PS5. It's not working out. Hi, Troy. I think they will be glad that PCs will be prohibitively more expensive because they can push cloud gaming rental systems. And they won't even have Final Fantasy's exclusivity. Oh, Sony? Yeah, they lost that. Yeah, maybe Stadia didn't do so well. Luna didn't do so well. Maybe we're approaching a period in which cloud systems are the future. Hopefully not. Being a console gamer has got to be the worst hobby ever. Yeah, just ask me how it feels. Unless they have Bloodborne 2 in the works, they're shooting themselves in the foot, and I don't think they want to do anything with Bloodborne, besides from that movie. At least they got that super fan dude, Jacksepticeye guy. He's doing Bloodborne, not Elden Ring. He's a super fan of it, I was told, so it seems to be in good hands. But they denied, FromSoft allegedly, they denied Bluepoint the honor of redoing Bloodborne. Miss released that god-awful Halo remake under her reign, so... Oh, you mean Microsoft, not Miss. I thought you were like Miss as in Miss Shawarma. Miss Shawarma lady. It just took the PCs this away. Think it's not scamming the elderly into buying a PS4 Pro? Snore fans... Snore fans would hang you for that? Oh no! Oh look, she clearly was shopping for the holidays. I had to help her out. The kid's not gonna want a Pro. What's he gonna play with it? Fortnite? Oh, my grandson loves to play Fortnite on his phone. Lady, say less. I already know the kinds of games he's gonna play. Fall Guys, Minecraft, Fortnite, Roblox. I know he wants the Slim. He won't need the Pro. Xbox got lucky the 360 was better to make games for at the time due to the failure of the PS3. And even the PS3 eventually won the generation towards the end, if I recall. Demon's Souls remake was ass, so I don't blame him. Can't even delete the character saves in Demon's Souls remake. You can't even delete the save data from the home menu? Like your console home menu? Maybe doing it themselves since they're doing a sequel, who knows? Maybe they just really didn't, maybe they don't, they want Bluepoint, they didn't want Bluepoint to make it. Maybe they'd be fine with continuing Bloodborne or doing some kind of thing with it as long as it's in their hands and their supervision and their control, which is probably why they're also fine with the movie, question mark?
Let these studios do whatever they want. Just kinda whatever they want.
Oh, I see
Every
Golem.
studio is being pressured to please their new parent company by creating a new live service game, or they're spending years and years and years making these grand creative projects that just do not have the appeal to match
Yo, what
their
up, Gears
budgets.
fan?
Giving a studio creative freedom
Arlo's
to do
telling
what
us
they
about the
want
console wars.
is a great thing in its own way, but you still have to be reasonable. You still have to keep budgets in check. You still have to consider what the appeal of a game is and how much time and money you should be spending on it. Xbox needed to manage these studios and have an idea, have like a roadmap of what they should be doing and where they should be going, and they just didn't because they were so motivated to fix the exclusive game problem that they just kind of went nuts. Spend all this money and then just whatever happens, happens. Laura Fryer actually has a really, really excellent video on this very, very topic. Please go check it out. But basically, Xbox was too loosey-goosey, and they ended up taking a whole long time to produce a whole lot of games, very few of which actually made them any money, especially thanks to their Game Pass model.
I've been hearing conflicting reports from these fucking game journals on what actually happened behind the scenes with these studios they bought. Some people were saying, oh, Microsoft was very hands-off and just let them do whatever they want, and that's why it took so long for them to actually put any fucking games out, because there was no supervision. And then I heard other people claim there was actually too much supervision, and that's what led to all these internal disputes. And why it took so long. It could honestly be either or. I could see both. I could see like MS incompetence from a lack of supervision, and I also could see them being too stifling, resulting in them not being able to put shit out. Yeah, whichever way it is, like both can be responsible for massive delays.
So then, Phil Spencer leaves, and Asha Sharma comes in, and what does she do? Does she
Asha
say,
Sharma.
hey, maybe that was too wild of a swing. Maybe you had, like, the bones of a good idea, you just needed to execute
But backtracking right away seems like you're coping,
reasonable,
because you are.
Moderate with your thinking and your decision-making. No, she doesn't say any of that. She comes in, and she says, what we need to do is swing the exact opposite way, even harder. We spent all of this money on
We
these
get their
studios.
Xbox
We spent
info from
all of
Arlo.
this time fostering
Me,
this
apparently.
creative talent. Now we have all of these studios who are ready to make games, but instead of...
But here's the thing, just like with Phil, when Phil talked about this news, it's like pure fan fiction. Like, we're getting to the point where he's telling us what could have happened, but spinning it as if that's what happened.
Just being reasonable, instead of just jogging, instead of just hitting the gym maybe 3 times in a week, maybe allowing yourself just like a cookie or something here and there. Nah, we need to cancel a bunch of big projects. We need to say goodbye to a whole bunch of studios. I mean, we're lucky they didn't just shutter all of them. That's at least good. A lot of these studios are now returning to being independent studios. Okay, fine, but the point is,
like Double
they're
Fine.
leaving Xbox. All of that time and money investment down the drain simply because it looks good to shareholders to save money.
Double Fine will be a crazy one to pay attention to because they've always been in financial straits. They're gonna have quite a few more fines than just 2 by the time they leave Microsoft.
In the immediate, because when you're the new CEO, it makes it
Don't
look
trust
like
any
you
info on
really
industry
know what
shit
you're
unless it's
doing
coming from
when you
Jason
make these
Schreier.
giant
Who's the fucker who keeps leaking the Nintendo Directs? Nate the Hate? Nate the Hate has never been wrong.
humongous decisions. When you fire so many people that everyone will just have to assume that you know what you're doing. Yeah, that's what you gotta do. You gotta drop the dead weight, cut off the chaff or whatever. And I see a lot of people arguing that, like, oh, well, it's because they overhired during the pandemic, and this is just them returning to a much more reasonable headcount. Okay, maybe some aspect of that is true. Here's the thing, though. They're not just firing extra unnecessary people. We are getting reports from inside of these studios saying that Microsoft is firing even like key lead developers, people with decades of experience.
They really gutted ID from what I read.
To their respective studios are being laid off.
But at the same time, I read that little post that Mrs. Shawarma put out, and there's like 14 layers of fucking management. It's like DSP's 14 credit cards. Well, how is there 14 layers of management at Xbox? Like it, and she said she was trying to like lessen it to 5, no more than 5. I think even 5 is like too. Like what is going on over there? No wonder no games ever got put out.
Asha Sharma's like, forget everything. Right now, our whole entire focus is on Elder Scrolls, Fallout, Halo, all that stuff. She's talking about how they're gonna fast track these games, which is already pretty ridiculous. I mean, like, I do understand the frustration. I understand her being frustrated coming in and just being like, why is it taking so long? Where is the next Fallout game? Where is the next Elder Scrolls?
Where's the next Elder Scrolls so I can complain about it sucking?
Obviously, Xbox has mishandled all of their properties in their studios. That's part of the problem.
Where's my Banjo game?
We're gonna focus on these properties.
I bought my Series X for Banjo.
These games. Also, we're firing a bunch of the key developers working on them right now. That is genuinely unhinged. It is absolute craziness. That is scrapping
All right.
your whole car because it has a flat tire. Like even from the
Look,
crazy,
ding dong, I got the
evil
horn.
corporate standpoint, that is something else. I don't know if it's possible for Xbox to actually die, just like outright die completely. But if not, then I think the two worst case scenarios are they do have to kind of spin off, kind of be sold or spin off into their own whole separate thing from Microsoft, and or they really do just narrow down their entire business to this like handful of IPs. It's just it's
Doggy,
Halo,
doggy,
it's
chain chomp,
maybe
chain
Gears,
chomp.
it's Elder Scrolls, Fallout, a couple others, Forza, Doom, just like yeah.
So we're not gonna get any new IPs from Microsoft, is what he's saying. Honestly, they should make new IPs, but it would be easier to just shit out another Gears and Halo and to just go, because I know it's more risk, and I don't feel like they're in a position to take any risks. So yeah, maybe we just do Gears, the Gears Halo rotation, like for till the end of time. Occasionally a Forza appears. They don't even do Forza. Did you know they don't do Forza Motorsport anymore? It's just Forza Horizon. I think the Motorsport people turned 10. Yeah, they got affected. And the Horizon people, like, they're doing double duty. They do, like... They do Horizon, and they're doing the new Fable.
Just those handful of properties, and that's basically all they do. And in a case like that, like, it could work. It could absolutely work. It's just that at that point, they basically just become a publishing company for these properties. And in either
Well, they
case,
clearly can't
that
make
is
their own
Xbox
games, so
ceasing to
may as
exist
well.
as the platform that it is now, and certainly ceasing to exist as a real competitor for Sony. Just based on what Xbox is doing, what Xbox leadership is doing right now, I can't see a future where they continue to exist the way they have been doing. Again, this behavior is just absolutely unhinged. Like, how can you fire these key veteran developers that have been carrying your studios while investing heavily in a technology, the entire purpose of which is to completely cut out the entry level? We're firing all the old timers and we're not even bringing on anyone new. What is your long-term plan here? And you know what really did it? You know what really sealed
Hoping
the
you
deal
buy the
in
next
my mind?
Halo.
It's all of these firings.
Guys, remember
Xbox
Halo?
already fired,
Remember?
like 1,600 people. I mean, just like during this round, and they have announced ahead of time that they're gonna fire another 1,600 over the next like year. So the threat of being laid off is.
Here's the thing, like, pragmatic good faith dingus take. They can't keep all these people forever. Like, at some point, you do have to, like, trim the fat. It could be possible that they did overhire with fucking 14 layers of management and shit. And as talented as a lot of these devs are, you do often see, like, an issue where, layoffs are always bad, right? It's always sad. Maybe not always bad, but, like, always sad for sure. And these people are like, oh, no, I'm out of work and this and that. But at the same time, like, this is, like, just kind of the reality of it. Like, you're not employed forever. It's like, I was a director of Baldur's Gate 3. I should be employed forever. Oh, no, I missed the bomb. No, he dropped the bomb. I gotta go buy him from the store. It's what I'm saying. Like, regardless of what project you were attached to, you should never see that as a guarantee that you have a job there forever. Like, it doesn't matter what your role is, because the reality is you are ultimately expendable, and you can be cut from the rope at any time. Why the film industry is unionized, they fire as a matter of course. It's not. It might not even be any. You're right. It might not be anything personal. Like, you're just like, yeah, thanks for shipping. Halo Infinite. Unfortunately, the game did real well. People were playing it on Game Pass, but yeah, even though it's successful, we're still firing like 200 of you. COVID caused overhiring. It's said they went back down to size to when they made Doom 2016. Small groups are objectively better. There is also the argument to be made for like too many cooks, right? For smaller groups that are smaller groups can be more competent because there's less people in the equation to potentially fuck it up. But it is still, sad and unfortunate that when the fat gets trimmed, the motherfucker's gonna be out of work. It's hard to get a job now, you guys. Issue is all of the new hires intending to be H-1Bs. The issue is more management and ownership layers. They completely destroy all institutional knowledge and keep making games more expensive. we had a discussion about in regards to that. We had a discussion about engines recently, and why is everyone using Unreal Engine 5? And someone brought up the point that you know, the reason why we don't see proprietary shit anymore is because with a lot of these games, as we're bringing up the point of people getting fired and laid off, it's a rotating door of employment. So if everyone gets trained on Unreal Engine 5, and every game gets made on Unreal Engine 5, then when you hire these motherfuckers who already have experience with other studios making Unreal Engine 5 games, you don't have to train them again on your fucking proprietary software. Yes, they already know how to make your slop game. You can hire them for one project, and then fire them, and then they'll move on to another studio who only does games in Unreal Engine 5, and that studio won't have to train them either. They'll just go right back to making another game, and then they'll get fired from that studio. And the whole cycle starts all over again.
Now just hanging over everybody.
Nintendo still uses proprietary shit, but sometimes their outsourced games will use like Unreal, like Yoshi.
That kind of person, the Scrooge-like CEO, there are certain rules. There are certain just obvious truths. There's a saying about layoffs: when you gotta make cuts, you gotta make them fast, you gotta make them deep, and you gotta make them once. Fire who you need to fire. Make sure you fire enough the first time, because you don't want to do it again. Because when people are threatened by layoffs, they don't really want to work at your company anymore. You tank morale and the work suffers.
Yeah, it leads to a sameness between all the games that come out now.
It's a story as old as time. Anyone in any industry can tell you. It just makes sense. So what is Asha Sharma doing announcing 1,600 more layoffs over the next year? What is the point of that? It's unhinged. If you're gonna be
well, they need to do research on who needs to get fired, because there's too many people.
Smart. And that's why
they have to fire so many people. They need to investigate who specifically they need to fire because they overhired that much.
I really do feel like this is the single greatest indication that Xbox it's cooked. Like
it's cooked, you guys.
Man. They've completely lost it. They do not know how to run this company, and none of these decisions are going to work out well for them. We've now got this dying animal that's running completely on adrenaline. We know it's gonna die, and we're all just kind of waiting for it to happen. And you know who else knows it's gonna happen?
Oh, hook shot.
Sony. Sony knows it's gonna happen. Nintendo is over there doing their own thing.
Nintendo really shilling
for Sony.
Nintendo's just in their own world, guys. They're not competing. Don't you know?
Microsoft is finally out of the race. The console. I'm
See,
announcing right here, everybody.
I need to buy bombs first.
I know I'm announcing the obvious. The writing's been on the wall for a while, but whatever. I still want to say it. The console war is over.
I just remember when Game Awards glazed that guy who was trying to find gamers, game devs a job. Yeah, he got like exposed like immediately afterward as being part of some kind of what was it? Foreign firm? I forget. Was it Chinese? Are you Chinese or Japanese? I'm from Laos. So you're Chinese or Japanese?
It's completely over. And obviously, Sony won the console war. But here's the thing, though. Microsoft, they weren't the only losers of this console war.
I think Keighley had good intentions at some point, but lost his way.
The console war. The biggest losers of the console war? Yeah. Yeah, it's us. When Sony felt that they had a competitor in Microsoft, they had to at least pretend that they cared at all about their audience.
Oh, so now he's saying Sony's gonna get even worse because now they don't have to pretend to try.
All happy.
Don't worry, we're already past that.
With Xbox out of the race, that's all out the window. Whether it was Xbox or PlayStation,
pieces of heart,
the
extra
vast
piece.
majority of customers purchased a box so that they could play third-party games. Exclusives can certainly be important, but when you're just
right, so with Nintendo, as I said, they're dependent on first-party exclusives to get you to buy Nintendo systems. We've seen time and time again with for the UK and Japan, they're required to release sales figures. America isn't. Shock of shocks. But when it comes to game sales for these consoles, when it comes to PlayStation and Xbox, people overwhelmingly buy consoles for third-party games. The exclusives can bolster it, but like no one buys a PS5 to play Spider-Man 2. Like they buy it for FIFA and Call of Duty, and then maybe they'll pick up Spider-Man 2 along with said purchase.
starts looking at the raw numbers, the industry is made up primarily
He's always
of
been
these
bad.
big third parties. This generation has proved that Sony doesn't really need to, like, make games for its PlayStation. As long as people are buying the PlayStation to play the third parties, then they make all the money in the world and they're good. They themselves
Why do you think Sony's got the marketing rights to GTA 6?
Even some, like,
It's not even their
legacy
game.
Studios. They put a bunch of their other studios on these live service games that they didn't even really specialize in.
Complete waste of a year from Sony.
Years of talent on these games, didn't even end up producing anything good, then ended up canceling most of them. So we thought, oh, okay, so maybe things are turning around. But no, they recently had an investors meeting and they laid out their plan for the brand, and literally none of it was anything that any of us wanted to hear. We're doing more live service games. We are dedicating ourselves to squeezing even more money out of every customer, and we are going hard on AI, baby. And what can I even say about the whole, like, physical thing that hasn't already been said? Like, yeah, they're not producing physical games for the PlayStation 6 starting in 2028. Physical games are just no more, and because Sony won the console war, they were the only platform worth anything anymore, the only platform actually selling a significant number of games. PC
I remember when he
is
says
already
this, he's not
digital.
counting
Xbox
Nintendo.
is dying, and there are even rumors that they're going to go all digital next generation too. So, like, pretty much the entire thing rests pretty much exclusively on Sony. So if they do away with physical games, then that's it. Physical games are done away with, at least in the non-Nintendo third-party disc printing space, which of course means that Sony is going to have even more. No, they're gonna have godlike control over the market. They can manipulate prices on the storefront however they want. They're basically ushering
The price
in
thing is
the
my
all-digital
biggest concern.
dystopia that we have been fearing for so long now. This future where you own nothing and you like it. Sony is like
Like, it's one thing for ownership. Like, that's... I guess it absolutely should be the number one thing to be concerned about with the news, but pricing is like the second big thing that isn't being talked about as much. Sometimes you can really get the physical version for way cheaper than the digital version. When the news broke, someone posted MGS Delta, and whatever you think of that game, it's not the point of it, point of the argument. Someone posted MGS Delta at full price on the PSN store, where it was like $25 for a brand new physical copy on Amazon.
Like, yep, the time is now. Sorry, the time to actually own games, it's just kind of done. And of course, you know, it kind of goes without saying, this is the same Sony who poked fun at Xbox by doing this whole entire video about, like, oh, like, you as the owner, like, you own your game and you should be able to sell it.
Yeah, the dynamic pricing too. I heard about that.
Yeah,
it happened to me too. I think it was Gex Collection. So I got the Gex trilogy. On the PS Quintuple, since it was originally a PlayStation 1 series of games, and it was a different price for me. Was it cheaper for me signed in? I want to say signed. It was cheaper for me signed in than it was signed out. And it did stack, I think, with the PS Plus discount. But it was quite insidious. I got a deal on it, but imagine if I wasn't signed in.
Way because they had competition. And now they don't have competition, so they got no one to impress anymore. Certainly not us, because they know that we're gonna buy the darn box no matter what. With all accountability gone, Sony is finally showing their true colors. And like, it's
Got
really
my cougar
obvious
kiss
how
again.
they feel about us and this whole situation. When you look at how they announced the whole physical thing, they announced that they were going all...
We get this cutscene again. Go play with Bow Wow. Don't poke him. Don't do it, Link. Look at Link's little Pinocchio nose. He's an elf. Ah, yes, that's real appropriate for taking a picture with a with a creature with sharp teeth like that. Only thing I don't like is that you barely get any time to look at it. You gotta go all the way to the album if you want the full look. Okay, there was another one by the old dude's house.
digital, and that they were closing down the PS3 and Vita stores, and that over 500 titles were being permanently delisted from their TV and movie catalog practically in the same breath.
And they're
at least in the
deleting
case
movies
of the
too.
PS3 and Vita stores, you know, as we've seen with other digital storefront closures, if you bought the title, you can still re-download it, at least
Those were
for
added for the deluxe version,
foreseeable
yeah.
future. But those TV shows and movies? No. It does not matter if you purchased those. Your right to view that content has been permanently revoked.
No.
And with Xbox, if the indicator for me personally,
Why,
like,
Sony?
The real red flag was the
Play
firing a bunch of
has
people
no
and then
limits
announcing ahead of time
until it
that
does.
more people would be fired. That was like the real red flag that something was really seriously, deeply wrong. On the Sony side, I feel like I am getting just as red of a flag in this decision to just announce that they're going completely digital right after giving us a concrete example of how digital ownership is not
There's
real
the bow and
ownership,
arrow.
and your access to these games can be revoked at any time for any reason, and then them not doing anything to assuage our fears. Not a single thing. No silver lining.
They even put out that, I think, a statement. It was either today or yesterday where they were like, yeah, like, we know this hurts, but, like, suffer.
Whatsoever.
We're gonna
No
keep
damage
being
control.
bastards
This is
anyway.
simply
We acknowledge
the
your
way
hurt
that
and
it's
we don't
gonna be,
care.
and
Haha.
you're going to deal with it.
Hey, Patchy.
Future Arlo chiming in for a moment. This video wasn't meant to be comprehensive.
Oh, we got Voodoo Vince. This is on Xbox. I think I have access to this. One day. This is like a very weird fucking game, dude. This is like up there with Blinks. Okay, he did some editing after the fact.
So I didn't go into a ton of specific details, and yet I feel compelled to point out that just in the time we've been working on this video, the industry has seen several examples of what an all-digital future looks like. Both Sony and Microsoft have seen massive outages, leaving customers unable to access the services and, yes, games they paid for. And it's come to light that for bizarre legal reasons, in Japan, boxed copies of GTA 6 will contain codes that expire after 170 days. And
Yeah,
not
we just
even
watched your video on that,
170 days
dude.
after purchase, but 170 days after the release of the game. This is the future Sony and Microsoft want. and
You
it's the
wanted
future
this!
we
Except,
are
no, I
hurtling
didn't,
toward.
bastard. What do you mean?
Back to you, Pastor Arlo. So this is what I mean when I say that, in a way,
Yeah, that is crazy, Clef. I wonder what's the logistics of that. How is that gonna work? So after 170 days, do they just refresh the copies? Everyone in the Japan retailers just takes all the copies off the shelves and just refreshes it with a new stash? How does that work exactly? Because it's, I've seen pre-order bonus, codes and boxes have expiration dates, but not for that shorter time frame. And those codes came with discs because they were for bonus items. They still came with disc games. So a full game, code in the box, 170 days. What will be the point of even putting the code in the box at that point? Because that's such a short amount of time. And I feel like some of the retailers are gonna fuck up. They're gonna leave the copies out. Someone's gonna buy it after the expiration, or maybe on literally the 170th day, and then they redeem it too late, and then they get fucked over. And just like every other code that you buy that you get fucked up on, the store doesn't take it back. It's like, go call Sony, go complain to Sony, they'll help you.
this feels like just any old day in the game industry.
It doesn't
But
seem
at the
worth
same
it
time,
if it's only
personally,
170 days.
I feel like there's just been such a big shift. This really is something else. Within a very short span of time, Xbox has given us very clear signs that they are really and truly dying, and Sony has taken off the mask and stepped fully into their position as our new evil overlords. It's the scene in the movie where Xbox is on the ground, like it's clear that the final blow has been dealt. It's only a matter of time now, and then Sony, they're like turn to face the crowd like, Some things are going to change around here. Sony has won the war, so I mean, if anything, this means that they're probably going to start doing
Sony
even
bros,
better
we
than they've
won!
ever done before. But in a way, to me, it kind of just feels like they're dying as well. You know, like again, Xbox.
Gee,
will
I wonder why
probably
he would
never
think
die
that.
completely, especially when they own these IPs. But the Xbox that once was, and maybe even the Xbox that could have been, in a sane and reasonable world, that Xbox is now dead. And similarly, the Sony that we once knew, or maybe the Sony that we thought we knew, or again, the Sony that could have been, that's dead too. And it's all part of a greater industry problem. But then, of course, it is also just a symptom of a greater industry problem, which itself is just a symptom of a greater world problem. I don't like any of it, but I also can't deny that it all makes perfect sense. It all does.
Maybe I guess from business perspective.
Long time now.
The 170 code thing, not really. Then you're just wasting more money to print even more codes and boxes.
We're all here to pick up the pieces and use them to build a monument to our new king. The console war is over, and we are the losers. No, the future does not look particularly bright. In fact, it looks downright bleak for both Sony and Microsoft. But there is one thing to keep in mind. One very bright silver lining. Peanut butter exists.
And don't give it to your dog.
Peanut butter exists. Peanut butter. I just love peanut butter so much. And
Is he okay?
Right there. It's just like always there. Like we live in a timeline where there is peanut butter. You can just go to the store and buy it. You can buy as much as you want. You can buy as much as you want. It's just like, what a blessing. What a blessing to live in a world with peanut butter.
Come to Papa. Come to Papa. I'll be peanut butter salad.
Is that how he copes? Because when Arlo's having a bad day, he just sticks his furry, fuzzy little Muppet hand into a jar of peanut butter, and he just fucking licks it. He just licks his fucking palm, licks all the blue little hairs on his fucking mitts, and licks all the peanut butter like a dog, like a fucking dog, like an animal. Hi, Remy. Big ups, Eddie B. My body knew to keep sleeping so I could miss Arlo as much as possible. Well, you actually made it to the end of the Arlo segment. I have no more Arlo videos. However, since this is still relevant on the Xbox subject, we are going to swap over to our favorite Chud-style gamer. Yes, we're getting some toxic internet opinions in here. We have the review for Halo Campaign Devolved. Let's see what who thought about it. Wait till the peanut butter ration cards are gone.
Thanks.
Then the world will truly be dystopian. Okay, but he put this out recently, and I've seen a lot of people play this Halo remake. So let's watch it now before it gets outdated and no longer relevant to watch.
Sergeant Major, we owe you one. Didn't think we'd ever see any of our own again.
Controversial opinions ahead.
I'm Lieutenant Williams, Tiger Company.
From the 92nd Shock Troops Battalion.
One and the same. Honored you've heard of us, Sergeant Major. We certainly know who you are.
The honor's mine, LT. Glad we could help.
Campaign revolved because you turn and walk away. Exclusive to the Xbox 360.
Take the team and give me a perimeter check.
Is this the one voiced by Deborah Wilson? Her favorite role of mine is Toadsworth.
No, Sergeant Major, I'm not. Takes more than fancy armor and a good PR campaign to impress me.
Die!
It's like hitting, dude, it's like hitting a wall.
You whore!
You can't kill the NPCs. This isn't a good Bethesda game.
I hate these people so much. You can kill Sergeant Johnson, but you can't kill this bitch. You've got to be fucking kidding. Yes!
Oh!
go! Let's go! Aww. Now, I'll be completely honest. I am not and have never been a Halo super fan. I was a PlayStation kid growing up, so I didn't play the original Halo games until I was a teenager. And while I did enjoy them, as a wise man once said,
Halo. Man, they best rename that shit to Galo.
True. True. Like fine wine, sing the state of the franchise.
Everyone thinks that now. Everyone thinks that now, at least.
On this game, or maybe seen some viral clips online, you can probably already tell this is a cheap as hell cash grab, basically a glorified asset flip of Halo Infinite in Unreal Engine 5, no less. So you know this thing runs like absolute crap. This is just Halo 1 if it was made by India, which is why it's so hilarious that this is not the first, but no, the second remake of Halo 1. The first one was also made by 343, though I guess they call themselves Halo Studios these days. If I have to pretend that this
a very
isn't a
soulless name
blatant cash grab
change
to justify the studio's existence, you could say maybe they thought.
Now, I read they justified the name change by saying, oh, this is like to mark that this is the beginning of a new era. So perhaps it also kind of seems to like be a death knell of like, yeah, you guys are really just gonna always make Halo forever, forever, and forever. Not even Halo games that people are gonna wanna like.
Thought they could outdo themselves this time because people had a lot of legitimate complaints with the original Halo anniversary release, namely the drastic change in aesthetic. But man, there's so many things wrong with this, I don't even know where to begin. Whether it's the Bollywood-style cutscenes that look like they're straight out of Looney Tunes, Cortana looking like fucking Germa 985. They just
I have
can't
seen
help
that.
themselves.
I've seen people making that comparison.
Character a true face. Oh, and of course, the biblically accurate black women that were totally on the Pillar of Autumn the whole time, chuddies. Oh, and this version is just so unpolished and buggy in all sorts of ways. Like the clearly unfinished hijacking animation, explosions having almost no concussive force, the AI pathfinding breaking at several different instances, especially the flood.
No, this is the UE5 future people wanted.
They should not have been released in this state. I could go on, but just know that the game feels cheap. Cheaper than a game from 2001. Oh, and I can't forget the addition of Spring.
Thank you, Eddie B, for the 250 stream streak. Twitch made this trivial, you guys, even with that perfectly timed Chip and Dale redemption run. Well, again, yeah, because it gives you the notification that it broke, and then all you have to do is watch a single clip, and wow, streak save just like that. I don't think it should be like that, but what do I know? Hi, Arjunal. How you doing, Dingus? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Wow. Oh, yeah, this guy is very, we disagree with him on a lot, but he's kind of he's a goober. He's a goofy little goober to listen to, for sure.
And being able to zoom with all weapons now.
If it makes you feel better, he has a Futanari fetish that everybody makes fun of him for.
Yet another way that 343 is erasing Halo's identity. Awesome. Oh, and the sound design, dude, it was absolutely obliterated. Not only are all the guns too quiet, the music is strangely too quiet as well. You can barely even notice it. There's some new tracks that just sound like ambient background noise.
His brother's a furry.
Ubisoft game. Oh, and of course, we have to address the elephant in the room. No multiplayer. Now, it was one thing to cut the multiplayer from Assassin's Creed 4 because that was a game mode that probably only a quarter of the players who bought the game at most played. But Halo without multiplayer? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Oh, yeah, I gotta get the temporary photo.
Oh, and what do we get to replace it? Well, there's some new skulls to find in campaign. There's a remix mode that turns on random skulls. Wowie zowie. Oh, and we can't forget the new bonus campaign of 3 missions that take place before even
I watched Toko-chan. I watched him do the new side missions thing. They're separate from the main game, and they feel like a separate game within this re-demastered, devolved campaign. They just feels like their own thing. It's very odd, very bizarre.
Halo Reach, which is some of the worst, like, millennial red.
Cortana being turned into a German to combat the male gaze is very on brand for the death of Western gaming.
It writing I have seen in
I don't even
long
watch German. I
time.
can't appreciate
Not only
the
did
joke.
They add in a random girl boss ODST who hates Master Chief, and that's never addressed, by the way. It just is there for some reason. But also there's a new prophet, the Prophet of Harmony,
need my boots for
who's
this.
the new villain, and dude, this shit is so cringe. And the fact they were only given 3 missions makes the story feel incredibly rushed.
But guys, Halo 1 didn't have online multiplayer, so why should this? Well, you know what Halo 1 didn't have that I know now because I've seen 6 people play this fucking game? It didn't have sprinting, but they were all too happy to add sprinting to Halo 1 Campaign Devolved. Now, did they?
So many things I could go over in the
Or
intro
now weren't
here.
they, I
Bad
should say.
Voice acting is another one. The new Sergeant Johnson voice is terrible, and he looks smug in every single scene. I don't know why this is another thing we see in so many games. The weapon balance is questionable. It's ironically more balanced than the original Halo game, but
Hey,
because
Silent
of that,
Assassin,
it
what
is
are we
less
watching?
fun. Yes,
Well,
the
you missed the Arlo segment. We're caught up on Arlo stuff. This is Synthetic Dent doing Halo Campaign Devolved. I've seen a lot of people play this game, so I am. But despite not playing it myself, it's still fresh enough in my mind that I can kind of comment on it.
Magnum got nerfed, as you could probably guess. Before this turns into a rambling mess, let's just get into the review. Now, unlike my last video, I don't really see the point in breaking this down to the good,
The biggest
bad,
thing with
and the
Norby
ugly,
Chuz is not the offensive shit they say, it's that they're
really-
boring. So, I used to be familiar with him when he was just starting out. He would shill himself on 4chan, unfucking deniable. He used to go harder. So he blew up making fun of The Last of Us 2, because of course, but I would watch him for he had some pretty decent E3 coverage videos. Get this though, he would cover good games that he likes. Like he likes Spyro, he likes Ratchet and Clank. He's kind of like, I guess he had a similar upbringing to me. He likes baby little platformer games. So he likes the same kind of games that I liked growing up. So he would do positive videos on those games, but guess what? Nobody watched them. So he had this little existential crisis last year. He reviewed Death Stranding 2, but like 90% of the review wasn't a review. It was him complaining about like turning 30 and still like not having sex and not having white babies or something. And also talking about how there's no point to making there's no point to making positive videos about good games that he enjoys because nobody watches them. So he may as well just be negative about games until the rest of time. Big ups Tevin, thank you for the raid. The Party of 53, he says, sadly, I rated this stream. Hi, Elite. Thank you for the massive Tevin raid. Tevin, I'm gonna make you feel better if you feel down. Look at this. In a second. In a second. You won't believe what I'm using right now to play Game Boy Zelda. Right there. In a moment. In a moment. You're gonna see it. Kind of cut off. Look right there. Look at the left. The Nintendo 64 Switch controller is being used to play Game Boy games. What? You can see it on the left. Look, you can see it. It's right there. I'm using it, I swear. There it is. Big ups to Dogsplained again. Dogsplained demanded me to get one and sent the funds to acquire one, and now it is here. I will use this for Ocarina, but for now, to break it in, we're using it with Link's Awakening. It works pretty well, actually. The stick feels awesome, Tevin. Very, very responsive. Like, I truly wonder, like, if you bought the console brand new back in the day, would sticks feel like that? I don't have any Mint controllers to compare with. Mine's are all worn the fuck down. D-pad's even better than the Pro Controller's D-pad. So I've had no issue using this for playing this game. Anyone who wants Dingo to switch scenes, he Germa maxed instead. Is that what Germa does? Oh, Jermaxed. Oh, sorry. I read like Jermaxed as Germa Max. But big ups, Kevin. We are reacting to Synthetic Man.
Hey
Carl.
Carl. I love you
too. He can't read. This game's music always kind of like hiccups every time you go into it from the home menu. I never noticed until this session. What are my shelves looking like? I have 3. I see.
Isn't much good. It's pretty much all bad and ugly. I guess you could view it as a positive that there's more guns to play around with in the sandbox now in the main campaign.
You guys are here after the Arlo segment.
Sort of replaces
but you're here in time for the Synthetic Man segment.
And now the assault rifle feels a lot more like Halo Reach's. In fact, in general, the weapon sandbox is very reminiscent of Halo Reach, including the very controversial mechanic Bloom, where you hold down the fire button and the gun becomes less accurate. So you need to pace out your shots, right? I far prefer standard recoil, and most guns in this game have minimal recoil other than, actually, ironically, the Needler rifle has a lot, but is amazing in every other way that I'll get into in a second. I don't want to spend this entire video talking about the shooting, so I'll try and keep this brief. I played through this campaign with my buddy Dead Internet Despot, and we played the game on Heroic. So obviously on Legendary, some of the guns are going to be less...
I do know there are some of his fans who are no longer... They're either, like, former fans or straight-up A-logs now that are starting to do their own content, reminiscent of how his videos used to be. Back when he wasn't as much of a negative Nancy that still liked to have a little bit of fun on the internet. So a couple of those are coming about. I don't know if he's one of them.
It's viable since enemies have more health and deal more damage, but I can say with confidence that the shotgun is probably the best standard weapon in the campaign still. It is equally as powerful as it was in the original Halo 1, so I guess fans can be happy about that. But unfortunately, the most iconic weapon from the game, the Magnum, has been nerfed. And it's kind of a weird nerf too, because it actually does more damage per shot, but because the Magnum was full auto in the original game, and this is not even truly semi-auto, it has about half the fire rate of the original Magnum, so it ends up feeling weaker. Not to mention the addition of Bloom means it's significantly less accurate. You do have to pace your shots. And probably the biggest nerf, it can't one-hit kill hunters anymore. In fact, it's weaker than using melee attacks. Huge nerf on that end. Of course, the classic combo of a fully charged plasma shot plus headshot with the Magnum
Frogmire's views have collapsed.
So it's still a fairly strong gun overall, but it just feels less satisfying.
I was told
to
he quit
use. I think
YouTube.
part of that is because of the shittier sound design in this game. On top of the sound mixing just being terrible, with you barely able to hear your own guns over the music and the chaos of the battlefield, some of the sound effects just sound worse, less iconic, more generic. I won't give extended thoughts on every weapon, but I will say
I can see what the point he's making with that comparison.
Plasma pistol, all these feel fine. In some ways, the plasma pistol could be arguably better than the original game because
okay, I gotta go to the Seashell Mansion
from later games. If you wanted like a brief rundown of how this game feels, it basically just feels like what if Halo 1 played like Halo Reach with a bit of Halo Infinite thrown in there. It has all of the later game.
Mr. Waffle happens to be an expert on the subject, and he says Frogmire's been sick according to Synthetic Man, so I guess that's why he stopped making vids. Something to do with the mold or something. Oh yeah, I see. I thought it was a meme at first, but apparently they do have a mold issue in their house. They've been both breathing in the mold for years as they've been seething about video games. Very unfortunate. You know, I wouldn't wish mold on my worst enemy. I wouldn't have to, because Phil already has mold that he doesn't deal with in his closet.
Mechanics like hijacking vehicles, placing a grenade on a wraith to blow
He's
it
got
up,
the Resi 7 house. It's not that
EMP,
bad.
as I just mentioned. Speaking of which, the enemies, when they use a fully charged plasma shot, kills you in one hit on Heroic. I feel like this is a bug. I couldn't believe it when it happened
you're
to my
just bad at the
co-op buddy
game.
the first time. I thought he was just making shit up, and then it finally happened to me like a few levels later.
You know, I haven't played a Halo game, but I've seen the gameplay. I do agree that the Needler having, like, another ammo counter is kind of dumb. Why does it have 2 ammo counters? Oh man, I have no idea how much ammo I have left in my Needler. However will I know?
and I was mind blown. I have to imagine on Legendary, this is going to be the new version of Jackal snipers in Halo 2, where you just get one hit killed out of nowhere. And speaking of which, yes, the beam rifle is now available in the main campaign. Both the beam rifle and sniper are underwhelming. On Heroic, they couldn't one-hit headshot in Elites, which severely limits their usefulness for obvious reasons. I don't know how the hell this slipped through in development, because the third level in the game, the whole point of it is to be a pseudo stealth mission. Just headshot the elites with the sniper rifle, and you're purposely given a bunch more ammo.
The change hurts your brain. I don't think I've seen anyone like defend it
anymore. You shoot them, they immediately start firing back. How did they fuck this up? Genuinely, that is a massive fuck up, and there is no excuse. Heroic is basically the standard difficulty for experienced players. It's what a shit ton of the people who are going to play this game for the first time are going to choose. So why the hell would you have, again, the Halo sniper, infamously powerful weapon, take 2 headshots to kill an elite when you have to take out dozens over the course of the level? Another addition to the sandbox is the energy sword, which functions pretty similar to the other games in the series, except minus the sword lunge, and you can probably guess why.
Sig goes to Terran later.
Now that you can sprint, you can just run up to any enemy and spam the sword swipe, so you don't really need the lunge anymore. As I already said in the intro, sprint does not belong in Halo. While PC gamers blame Halo for the modernization of FPS games, at the very least, Halo took a stance against sprint and ADS for the most part. Obviously, Reach had sprint as an armor ability, but I'm not a fan, to say the least. And all adding sprint and the zoom function to every gun does is remove the last bit of unique identity that this 25-year-old game had. And it's obvious that Halo Studios didn't give a single fuck to try and balance sprint, for that matter. It's not even slightly balanced in co-op, because as soon as your buddy dies, all you have to do is
make it
turn
more like
around and
COD.
run away, and he respawns back pretty
From
much
software.
instantly. This has got to be the most generous co-op
343.
respawn in the entire series. There are enemies still firing at me, and sometimes my partner just respawned almost instantly, which really takes away from the difficulty of the game for obvious reasons. And that's on top of the fact that you can also play this in 4-player co-op. Now, I didn't test this, but I can't imagine Halo 1's tight corridor base.
4-player co-op? Yeah, okay. Man, he said the thing before I said it. I was like, level design. Okay, they didn't fuck with the level design, right? Maybe outside of this, like the brand new stuff, the side missions. So level design not intended for 4-player co-op in a game that adds 4-player co-op.
To level design really fits 4-player.
You're gonna be bumping into people, you guys.
2-player sometimes. It's easy to just shoot your partner in the back of the head, though friendly fire was off by default, and we kept it off, even if it would have been funnier to turn it on, honestly. The bonus campaign actually kind of rectifies this, as the level design is much more open and similar to Halo 2 or 3's than 1's. But in any case, I don't think sprint or zoom on every weapon belongs in Halo. I didn't actually use the zoom all that often. It didn't seem overpowered, but it also didn't add anything to the experience, so it probably shouldn't have been there. And I think one of the biggest things you'll immediately notice is that there's no more health packs. Yup, they went full health regen, once again removing one of the most unique aspects of the first game. Instead, your health is a separate bar below your shield that regenerates just a tiny bit more slowly, which I don't even know why they bothered at that point, and I think it's obvious that they made this change to not just remove more of the core identity of Halo 1, but also to make the game more casual, so that you can't waste all the nearby health packs and possibly get
What is this world coming to?
Another weapon added from later games is the Sentinel Beam, and this thing was actually pretty solid. If I have to give this remake some credit, I will say I had fun with this gun. It feels pretty similar to how it does in Halo 2, and I wouldn't be
You
surprised
hated the
if
health
it's actually
packs?
more powerful in this game than it is in any
Different
of the other
strokes.
ones, with the only downside being that it has a limited ammo capacity. The only real downside to it is whenever you kill someone, it has this
Hey,
weird,
Sansa,
like,
congratulations,
magma
you finished the
texture
game?
effect on them. I'm assuming this is
Whoa,
like a
you can
default
join
effect
our
from Unreal
post-game
Engine 5, but it
lobbies
looks
now.
extremely cheap. That's it. I always thought it was weird that Sentinels didn't drop anything in the original game, so adding in the beam seems like a no-brainer. And the third weapon in the trio of guns that you couldn't pick up in the first game is, of course, the fuel rod gun. They function pretty much exactly the same as Halo 2 and 3. Not much to talk about. It It's just a weaker rocket launcher with less ammo and rapid fire capabilities. Honestly, I like it better than the rocket launcher. I wish I could use it more. Speaking of the rocket launcher, it has lock-on capabilities like the later games, which definitely makes dealing with vehicles a lot easier. Though Banshees also now have the ability to dodge them, which is cool. There's no flamethrower, strangely enough, which I think was a missed opportunity because they added Flood Pure forms to the game. Now, I don't really care if this breaks the lore to have those enemies show up. My issue is that their AI is fucking broken, dude. They got clipped into walls like 3 times.
Why is Shovel Knight throwing bombs? You know, that's his cousin, Red Shovel Knight.
They just function as
Scarlet
the
Knight
version of hunters. They can kill you in one hit with a melee attack, and they don't really have a weak spot as far as I could tell, but they have a shit ton of health. They would be a fine addition to the game if they didn't have buggy AI. And I could also talk about the Needler rifle, but I'm going to save my thoughts on it for the bonus campaign section, because as far as I saw, the Needler rifle was just randomly in one of the levels in the base campaign, and I barely had any ammo for it, so it didn't really seem unbalanced in that context. As for other thoughts, I will say
Link doing the
AI
moonwalk
in this game seems noticeably dumber or just buggier.
It's
than the
modernized
original Halo.
AI,
Some people
idiot.
speculated that they essentially reused the AI from Reach or maybe Infinite, basically AI that is designed around big open sandbox-like encounters, whereas Halo 1 features
I think I
many
gotta talk to Richard
corridors,
first.
which obviously doesn't really mesh well with elites who like dodge rolling every 2 seconds.
I didn't do so
Or
yet 'cause I
enemies
wanted
that
the
like to
photo.
spread out obviously aren't going to know what to do. As I said, enemies will just randomly stop pathfinding properly. You'll notice this with the Flood, especially because so many of them are combat melee forms, right? So one especially weird moment, I was in a shade turret and one of the melee forms just jumped on top of me and just stood there and couldn't hit me and did nothing. Just yet another glitchy, low effort piece of shit part that could have easily been caught during testing. I mean, this is like one of the most linear segments of the game. Surely one of the devs tried doing this at some point and just did not give a fuck. There were also some instances where the AI would just flat out break and not fire anymore. One time we noticed this while playing was right after hijacking a Banshee. Not only does the body just drop out of the back, which looks like complete shit, but the elite just stood there and stopped firing. And the exploding Flood enemies barely feel like a threat now. They take longer to blow up. There's no concussive force, like I said. They explode like a wet fart. I'll try and get them to... Yeah, dude, that's pathetic. Oh my god. I have been negative toward most of the changes they made to the weapon sandbox, but I am glad that the shotgun is still the best gun in the game, basically. Obviously, it is not that useful at long range, but this is also the Halo game with the most corridors. And this thing just shreds at close range. Probably the only cool effect they added to this game, the only benefit of the modern graphics and aesthetic, is that if you shoot a Flood form at point blank range, it just explodes the thing, and that is actually pretty satisfying. Speaking of which, the Flood elites now have shields, which I actually think is a good change because the human weapons used to be overwhelmingly better at killing Flood in the OG game, and now you have a reason to use a plasma pistol or rifle to get the shield down first, and then shotgun blast. But yeah, the shotgun, again, it just shreds everything, whether it's sentinels, elites, Flood forms, anything that needs to die, the shotgun can kill it, and that is still
I never
fun.
got this.
That's, I guess, the silver lining of this remake. They didn't fuck that up. So my ultimate takeaway from playing this campaign with all the new weapons and mechanics is just the question of if they were willing to throw away the original balance of Halo 1, not giving a single fuck of preserving that experience for a new generation, why not just shove in a bunch more weapons and mechanics as well? Because they already have the battle rifle, the brute plasma rifle, the spiker. Those are all in the bonus campaign. Might as well just shove them into Halo 1 as well. Who cares if it makes sense? Honestly, I think they should go even further. They should have armor abilities. They should have the grapple from Halo
Let's put in the
Infinite.
skill tree.
Who gives a fuck at this point? Sure, it wouldn't even be remotely balanced, but it would be fun. As it stands right now, this gameplay experience is just bleh. Like, it doesn't have any strong, memorable feeling to it. You kind of just pick up any gun and it's usable. level. I think the power weapons are actually way too balanced in this game. If there was ever a remake that deserved a Crobe Cat style comparison, this is definitely one of the top ones. Like, holy shit, there's so many little things that your brain knows if you played the original game that they messed up in this remake. A lot of subtle stuff. Either way, I would be lying to you if I said I didn't have fun. It still does
That
play
explains
like a
that I could have
Halo
like
game, not
made
Halo
him
1.
upgrade
It
my
plays like something
bombs.
in between Halo Reach and
It's
Halo
always magic
Infinite.
powder.
But it is absolutely the sloppiest sandbox I think Halo has ever had, where it's ironically simultaneously too balanced and not balanced enough, in the sense that there's too many weapons to choose from and only a couple of them really stand out, namely the shotgun, which is still the best gun in the game, definitely. Now moving on to level design, although almost every level is exactly the same as the original game in terms of its layout, Halo Studios decided to redesign the library to make it a less shitty level, and I will say they succeeded, but only just barely. It is probably equally as long as the original library. The main difference is it's less open, copy-pasted corridors. They're a little bit different now, but it still feels very
The library is
samey, given
overhated?
how long the level is. Like I said, less rocket
really not that
floods.
bad.
The flood in general are much easier to deal with until the last 2 missions of the game. Me and Carl
Is that one of the
probably
later
died well
levels?
over 20 times to the Covenant, but in the first few levels the flood were featured. We died maybe once or twice, but then once you get to keys,
Mid-game?
then
Oh yeah, it
has
is a
huge
mid-game.
difficulty
Zing!
spike because there's so many of them in close proximity. Very
Boo.
weird difficulty balance. I'm sure it's a little more consistent on Legendary, but Heroic, the difficulty curve is messed up completely. And the other section that was redesigned was the final Warthog run in the last level, and I'm actually kind of
The levels with flood are worse because the areas weren't built for them. It's a big grimy flood reveal with floating 343 bot, leaves you stuck in rooms for minutes at a time just fighting them.
Of course, as you'd expect, they added more enemies, more explosions, tried to make it more cinematic, which just made it run like complete shit. And the actual driving controls feel wrong too. Like I was spinning out on random debris objects that were scattered across the floor. It's starting to get really annoying. And they fucking muted the
Last 2 to 3
music,
levels
too,
are reused.
which really takes
But with flood
away
thrown
from
in them,
like that
they suck.
climactic experience of escaping an exploding ship. And of course, you know, I've been avoiding
Come on,
another
it's supposed to
elephant
be
in
like the
room
final
that I
push.
mentioned briefly in the beginning. This game ran like complete shit for me. Now I think part of this is because my graphics card is kind of dying.
It's
on me.
supposed to be
It's been through
epic,
a lot
bro.
of punishment, especially because of Starfield specifically having like a VRAM leakage issue. That
Did they
I think
release it too
damaged
early?
it years ago.
I remember them announcing it like quite a while ago with the PS5 confirmation being big news. If anything, maybe they announced it too early. I felt like it was in pre-release for like way too long. I felt like it came out late.
But there's
Maybe we
no
found out about
question
it
that
too
because
early.
This is an Unreal Engine 5 game. It just is horribly unoptimized. It has huge system requirements for basically looking on par with Halo Infinite. This is what happens when they go from their proprietary engine to a bunch of Indians working on the most unoptimized engine in modern times, Unreal Engine 5. It has truly been a plague.
I don't think
on
any
this
amount of time was going to
industry. I
save
don't
this
think
true
any
with the people
game
behind it.
runs well on Unreal Engine 5. Truly, it's crazy. And so I had to lower it to medium-low settings at 1080p to get a semi-stable frame rate. This is probably the worst a modern game has run on my computer yet, which is truly saying something. Now let's get on to the story and characters. The story's obviously untouched. However, there's quite a few notable things to talk about. First of all, in the first 5 minutes of the game, they inserted a black woman into like the helm of the Pillar
Not that there's
of
anything
Autumn.
wrong with that.
Yeah, this used to be a white guy, and it's now just the most phenotypically African woman you've ever seen.
Hey, Gara.
Holy fuck, did that shit stand out. Most obvious DEI inserting I've seen in a while. Faux Hammer was also blackwashed. I had to fact check this, but yes, she used to be a white woman and is now black. And
It wasn't
as
just
I'm
the white
sure
guy,
you've
it was a
seen
dev cameo?
online, the
Oh.
new directing for these cutscenes.
Maybe this is also a developer cameo for the remake's dev team. I don't know.
Some of the decisions here, I'm sure, are an attempt to make it seem more epic, over the top, but in reality, it just makes everything look cheap or stupid. A good example is the outro cutscene to the first level. For some absolutely idiotic reason, I guess the Indians who animated this cutscene thought it'd be really cool if the escape pod flies right next to the fucking engine exhaust of the Pillar of Autumn. Everyone would have been fucking fried. And there's a bunch of other cutscenes like this. I want to show you just examples with no commentary of the over-the-top new cutscene animation, because it just looks ridiculous. I don't need to describe why.
Oh, people have been complaining about the cutscenes. Nurgle and Seru have brought them up to me.
You think this little pleasure cruise is gonna last forever? Man, keep your eyes downrange. Fingers on the triggers.
Look at our hero in the corner there.
He says as there's gunfire next to his ear. Chief needs to like do a Shoryuken, just like uppercut.
Is his hairline getting worse?
Why not?
I think it is.
Okay, that looks fucking terrible. What the hell? Okay.
Oh, man.
No, that'll take too long.
You have a better idea?
There's a teleportation grid that runs throughout Halo. That's how the monitor moves.
She said it.
I learned how to tap into the grid when I was in the control center. Fortunately, each jump requires a rather consequential expenditure of energy.
Something tells
Yeah, the audio mixing is pretty bad.
Like one bullet and it's just chilled down.
Permanently damaged.
Master Chief's just that good. It's us in the gameplay who sucks. Are we serious?
Thank you. Thank you for
You
ruining
gotta
my
be
hero.
fucking kidding me.
Oh, I see. The coordinate data needs to be... Right. Sorry.
Oh my, dude, I hate that like Iron Man shit where it's like, let me swipe on the air and pretend I'm controlling a computer. Shit looks autistic. Oh my god, this is so much more epic. Oh, he dropped his gun. Oh, it's, yeah, punch it, Chief. Throw a Kamehameha in his mouth. That'll add so much to this, I think.
The whole game looks bad. There were allegations that the
with the Gucci Magnum.
the cutscenes here were like
it's callback, Carl.
They looked
and of course,
AI
Cortana was
assisted.
given a bunch of new lines and over-the-top animation to make her more of a spunky girl boss. Really annoying. And of course, like I said, she fucking looks like Jerma. I can't unsee it. That is a man, dude. These
What has
people just
Jerma
have
said
to
on this?
ruin
Has Jerma
everything.
responded?
This is a beloved 25-year-old game that started a franchise that has made billions of dollars, and of course, new people who have nothing to do with the original thing have to just
Girl bosses in my area?
Of course they do.
And they wanna talk
love
to me?
ruining Things.
Are they
whoever
cougars?
They are. I don't know, but yeah, they ruin everything we enjoy, and you wonder why I'm so negative in my videos. You can't really be a fan of
He's
any
responding
big
to criticism.
franchise anymore. There's basically nothing
Why are you
left.
so negative?
Oh man, I could go into this in detail, but there's just an inherent cheapness that I feel like doesn't even need to be described with words. You could basically just look at this B-roll on the screen, and it's so obvious how uncanny the mouth movements are and the goofy over-the-top animation. It just looks terrible. And Sergeant Johnson's new voice is obviously not as good.
They're
and
specifically
he looks
looking for me.
smug as fuck, like I said. He's a cartoon character, and it's even
Oh,
worse
the horror.
in the
Whatever will I
bonus
do?
campaign, which we'll get to in a second. This is a
my
remake
address.
for no one, truly. I don't think there's a single person who enjoyed Halo 1 back in the day that is going to play this and be like, yeah, that was definitely better than the original. Totally worth wasting $50 to $70 playing this garbage.
Free on
You know,
Game
speaking
Pass,
of
me
which,
thanks.
I paid $70 to play this in 5 days early access.
Oh, that explains why he did his stream so early. He paid $70. Ah!
I don't think there's a single person who enjoyed Halo 1 back in the day that is going to play this and be like, yeah, that was definitely better than the original. Totally worth wasting $50 to $70 playing this garbage. You know, speaking of which, I paid $70 to play this in 5 days early access, which I'm glad most people were not dumb enough to pay for that, judging by the achievement stats. Now, believe it or not, the part of this game I wanted to talk about more
Yeah,
was the
he's
bonus
contributing to the
campaign.
bad
Despite
business
only being
practices.
90 minutes long, this is arguably the big selling point of Campaign Evolved. Like, this might actually be the reason someone would consider buying this, is 3 new missions with a completely original story taking place before the events of Halo Reach, as Master Chief and Sergeant Johnson go investigate some Covenant ship or something. Dude, the story is fucking trash. Like, unbelievably bad. The short version is there's a new prophet, the Prophet of Harmony, who's experimenting with some mind control technology. Basically just this glowy little device he puts on brutes' chests, and you can shoot the thing, and in one bullet it has a similar effect to breaking their armor in Halo 3, which makes them drop their gun in rage. But that's pretty much it. The mind control plot doesn't go anywhere, is never brought up again, and holy fuck, the cutscene where he introduces it is the most Reddit writing ever of all time. Listen to this.
Hold your fire, my children. Have you enjoyed your stay so far, Demon? Had you and your companion given word of your arrival, I would have arranged a tour.
I think we've seen enough already.
Are you not impressed with our work?
Just shoot him in the head.
Are you
Why
not
would listen to him
entertained?
talk?
All creatures would appreciate such steadfast dedication to improvement.
Is that what you call it?
I call it many things, Demon. Here you can observe the true beauty of the Covenant. Our collective strength, a reflection of each
The Covenant with the BBC.
The tenacity of the Ungoi. The cleverness of the Kigya.
Oh my god, this is so Reddit. Holy fuck.
Long our partners since the writ of union, the burning edge of the Covenant.
My minions.
And Steve from accounting. The greatest of us all.
Yeah, right.
Of course, on the nearby planet, there's a squad of ODSTs where a girl boss whose name I don't care to remember, and I'm not going to look it up, hates Master Chief because, I guess, lore reasons. The ODSTs don't like the Spartans. Who gives a fuck, man? You know what this comes across in the modern day. Don't even pretend they did this for lore reasons. They wanted to have a strong girl boss talk shit to Master fucking Chief. This is the same shit I brought up with the pilot who soy rages against him in Halo Infinite. This is fucking
I'm doing great,
pathetic.
Pip Pam. Thank you
This
for
is
asking.
the millennial writers, again, shitting on our hero, our self-insert, who they already ruined in this campaign by giving him a million lines of dialogue. Why the fuck is Master Chief talking about a hydroponics facility?
Wow.
Not to mention
Thank you, Carl, for the tier 2. Big ups on the tier 2 for 46 months. He says, Swallow 5 Rape, Swallow 5 Rape, Swallow 5 Rape. Thank you. And welcome in again, Pim Pam. How you doing, niggas? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. I woke up with the headaches again, but I took my meds, so I'm good. I'm good for right now. But in a couple hours, I'll have to take it again. Another hour or two.
3 out of 5 of the surviving ODSTs are women, by the way, which even the campaign designer for Halo 3 called this
Vulcan.
shit out on Twitter. That's how you know
Master
it's
Chief is allowed to
bad.
talk about,
But just in case you
hydroponics,
didn't
he
think
smokes the
writer's
Cortana Kush.
self-insert character was badass enough. They made
Look, I got
sure
this little
you
key,
know
Vulcan.
in one of the cutscenes near the end.
Nice work.
Thanks. Spartans aren't the only badasses in the UNSC.
Seriously, this is embarrassingly bad. If this mini campaign was supposed to be a demonstration that Halo Studios can make an original Halo game and it'd be good, well, they failed miserably. The story ends with the girl boss making a heroic sacrifice like George from Reach. It's a callback where she brings down the shields of the Covenant ship so that the UNSC backup can blow it up. And that's it, dude. That's all that happens. I'm not leaving out anything. There's basically no story here. It feels so pointless. The big purpose,
graphics
the
look
big
good, but that's it, in my
conclusion,
opinion.
is that humans find a location.
The fact that they
of
added
high
sprint is just
charity.
gross.
Wowie fucking zowie.
Wowie
So getting
zowie.
into the gameplay, like I mentioned before, the battle rifle is here, and it's not as good as it is in Halo 2 or 3. It just takes too many bullets to bring down a shield on heroic, so you run out of ammo with it in literally the first
Yeah,
5
no
minutes.
proprietary engine
No,
here.
instead, the real star of the show is the Needler rifle. I was actually shocked how powerful this thing was. Not only does it
Don't you
only
just
take
hold a button to
3
run in Halo?
shots
Yeah,
to
Halo
cause
1
a
didn't have
combine
sprinting, but
explosion,
this
which
remake
takes down a
adds it,
shield, but
is the
it
problem.
one-taps jackals, grunts. It takes another 3 shots
went the wrong
to
way.
take out an elite or a brute, which is not great, but the brutes are extreme bullet sponges in this mode. Like, they can absorb so much punishment, it's ridiculous. It's honestly not fun to fight them at all. So it's worth it to use the Needler rifle for that alone. The brute plasma rifle is pretty much the same gun, so I don't have have much to say. And like I mentioned, there's also the Spiker, which is probably the worst gun in the game. It seemed completely fucking useless.
It clearly doesn't affect Master Chief because he doesn't remember this bitch at all after Halo 1.
That Sergeant Johnson.
It's kind of what happens when you do prologues and prequels like that. When you add to a story, and you've already had the original adventure. So it just makes it weird when the characters don't remember any of this shit in later entries. Like Rebecca and everything about Resident Evil 0.
Is given this special railgun looking thing that he supports you with in several instances, and you never get to use it yourself. Even if you manage to kill the AI, which they just respawn instantly, by the way, you can't pick up the gun. Why the hell would they do this? They know this is gonna upset any player. Part of the fun of the Halo sandbox is seeing an enemy use a gun, and then you can use it yourself. I'm telling you, there were so many baffling decisions done with this game that are infuriating, truly. So yeah, weapon sandbox is really not much different than the main campaign, which makes me wonder why these guns aren't also in the main campaign, because I think a lot of people would have enjoyed at least using the battle rifle. My only question is basically the same as the main campaign. If you're going to add all these other guns, why not go all the way? Have the Spartan laser, maybe the grenade launcher from Reach, armor abilities, grapple, etc., etc. There's no reason to just do this because it's already not balanced or interesting. Might as well just throw everything in. So it's not really worth talking about that in detail. Instead, I'll talk about the enemy encounters and the level design. The levels here are so much worse than Halo 1's, it's unbelievable. Honestly, if I was to take away my personal bias against the terrible story and character writing, the real reason you can't trust 343 is they still don't know how the fuck to design a Halo level after all these years. It's basically just a series of big combat arenas with obvious cover, you know, big empty spaces, easily identifiable weapon racks, including the Covenant just have a bunch of human weapons stored for no reason. It looks comically stupid. It's never explained, not even through like a text log or something. In any case, every single combat encounter feels the same since there's really no variation in the enemy placement. Like Jackal snipers are high up in at least a handful of different encounters. The brutes, you basically fight the same way every time. You either shoot the rage button or you just
oh no, the large combat areas are too obvious.
Honestly, the
really snipers are too high up.
There's not even very many vehicles either. I think you only fight a Wraith once, and there's a couple of ghosts, and that's it. No Warthog segment, not really any big set pieces either. And the inside of like the Covenant facility on the planet looks like the Leviathan raid from Destiny 2 with all this white and gold everywhere. Once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. Really doesn't fit the Covenant. And there's one really dog shit part where you ride this transport that's really fucking slow as enemies shoot you from the sides, and it lasts like 10 minutes. Oh, and the big climax.
At least he made sure to clarify at the start that it was a Halo tourist.
The ODSTs sacrifice themselves is a fucking ship flying segment, you know, like the one in Reach. Yeah, they did that, but way worse. You're in this tiny little Covenant ship that looks like an OC Donut Steel DeviantArt design, and you just spam homing plasma shots over and over and over again for, again, over 10 minutes. There is no challenge here. You just shoot a wave of 3 ships, wait for the next wave, talking. Speaking of which, yeah, they turned part of this into a fucking movie game. There's several instances where you have to wait for Sergeant Johnson to hack a panel to be able to move on in a Halo game. Yes, they turned this into a Sony movie game. I'm serious when I say that the bonus campaign is bafflingly dog shit. Between the girl boss, the basically non-existent plot, the terrible level design, the questionable sandbox balance, the bullet sponge brutes, I could go on. Despite it only being 90 minutes, it is by far the part of the game that stuck out the most to me because of how terrible it was. So in conclusion, should you buy
That's
Halo
unfortunate because that was the only part of it that was entirely new.
Fuck no, dude. This is genuinely one of the worst remakes to come out in the past 5 years. I am honestly baffled how 343 has essentially failed at making Halo games for 15 years, and yet they keep getting more chances. They must have some crazy blackmail against Microsoft executives that they haven't been shut down by now. There aren't even any real Halo fans left because of the damage they've done to the franchise. There's only shills and mindless consumers, and I'm sure those people will buy buy this game, but the Halo fan base is basically done with this franchise, and I can't blame them. It's been shit longer than it's been good. So yeah, if you actually care about the integrity of the gameplay experience of Halo 1, stay far away from this. Again, I'd be lying to you if I said I didn't have fun, because it still does play like a Halo game, but a bit modernized. So the shooting is competent, but it is not memorable at all. They shaved off all the edges, all the interesting balance decisions, except the shotgun, again, weirdly, is still really powerful, but nerfing the Magnum is unforgivable. And the bonus campaign is just a fucking embarrassment. Can these people just stop shoving girl bosses and shitting on our heroes in video games? This is just infuriating on every level. Every great hero from gaming history has to be punched down a peg by women, minorities, LGBT people, whatever.
Well, with Samus, it happened with a dork among
let's be
us.
honest, white males is typically what they are. But even Samus couldn't escape that fate. Again, it should be obvious to any noticers that they, whoever they are with 3 parentheses, want to
Who are
destroy
they?
everything
What did he mean
that
by
we
that?
love. They don't even care if they lose millions of dollars. They print money. So I'm not saying this to demoralize you. I still think everyone should boycott this game. But at this point, the only solution to the game industry is we have to create our own art, period. And it has to be good. We can't just shill crap because it's based.
Chudster
So
be
obviously
like,
stay far
put
away
down
from this
the
game.
AI. It's time to
Hopefully,
pick
Halo
up the
Studios
pencil.
gets shut down, but I'm not getting my hopes up. See you next time, guys. Chief, using the increased computing
And Carl
power,
was
I
right. It is
determined
kind of
the
depressing when you
terminal
put him on.
autism. Come on. I'm not autistic.
Okay, there are more videos to watch from him, but I think we'll that'll be the last of it. That'll be the last of it for now. Let's get back to the game. Oh, the game never left, but like let's get back to primarily focusing on the game. I made it to the dungeon that I was at before I restarted the playthrough, and I did it in one stream. The power of knowing what you're dealing with and not doing it blind. We're saving time. It's gonna be a PB! Are they a girl boss if you don't have 3 different health bars and obtain new attack patterns at half health? Minorities? It's 26th century, dude. White people are the... Well, I don't know if I can necessarily finish reading that. Okay, I need the Pegasus boots for this part. Is it a shortcut? It is. Okay. Watch him die again. It's okay if I die, as long as we do the quick restart combo. Remember, it says I gotta specify deathless ending attempt. Because if I say deathless, I might trick some speedrunner people and they might get mad at me. This isn't actually like real deathless. It's not the point, I just want the ending. I paid $60, give me an ending. Then everyone who says Dinga will die in the next dungeon. Let's see. Okay, it's 10 right now. We got less than an hour. Might just do the catch-up, and then end up in the same position where we were at the end of the last stream. At least I didn't forget everything I was supposed to do. And I had 7 hearts when I ended last time, so after this dungeon, I'll also be where I was heart-wise. Hello, Kai. Hello, Kai. Thanks for letting me hear the synth black pill again, Dingus. I can lay my head at night knowing it never gets better. No, everything you like, just slowly and slowly. It's a slow but gradual terminal march into mediocrity. Sometimes we'll get a good game, but rarely does it come from the big-name publishers. Hello, Kai. Hello, Kai. Where's Kai doing? Did I watch the 1 hour long Arlo video yet? No, I said we were done with Arlo, but that was a lie. I still have that one stewing. My top Nintendo Switch 1 games. That's like scary, dude. Yeah, no, Skullman is trying really hard. He is. But he doesn't want it. He doesn't want it enough is the issue. Bro's trying, can't deny that. Okay, we gotta do... I could just bomb the wall from the other end, but I can also do this. Yes! 10 Breath of the Wild, 9 Tears of the Kingdom, 8 Breath of the Wild. Okay, we gotta get around, then we get the boots. How many keys do I have? I got 2. Oh my god, these guys! I didn't have enough bombs last time. Bombs? Ugh, inflates you with bombs. Oh my god, ugh, it makes you so big and round with bombs. Dobson, look away! Ooh, fairy. Okay, so 3 bombs at least? I got 11. Better than having 6. Come on, turn around. You can't predict where they're gonna go! Last time I did this fight, I ran out of bombs, I defeated only one of them, I went back to the same screen, and the other one just gave up and died. He gave up in life. Eat it! Eat it! One more. Now I have 6 bombs. I actually do have 6. Eat it! Eat it! Eat it! 1 Peach Ball, 2 7 Pirates H, 3 Moro Chronicle. I think of those I've only heard of the Peach Ball. Whoa! It is the Pegasus Boots! Yes! If you hold down the button, you can dash! Thankfully, we got him before I ran out of shit. They want to run out of bombs again. It's rare that... I feel like it's rare that you have to actually buy bombs from the store in a Zelda game. But this might be an exception. These guys are fine, you just gotta knock them on the right frame. It's like a rhythm game. You guys know how good I am with rhythm. Compass. Look at the babobs. Oh, look who it is. Yes, the fucking babobs are here, of course. It's a fucking Zelda game. Of course there are babobs. Yeah, then we can go into this room with the crow. Oh, no. Oh, wait, that kind of worked out. Wait, I didn't know they had friendly fire turned on. No, you know, wait, I'm down for that. Oh yeah, give me the fairy. Where else am I missing? Oh, okay, I do have to backtrack now that I got the boots. This was the part that was confusing me before. Overall, again, to reiterate, a very, very smooth experience overall, using the N64 controller for this. I think I will continue to do so. Wait! My sword was pointed in the wrong direction! Okay, now we gotta use the combo. We put that on B and that on A. Emblem engage! Yeah, the remapping also working out was also a good thing. Nightmare's Key. Looked for a moment like I wasn't gonna be able to do it. Thanks to POW. If this was like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, you know, that would've been the case. Couldn't remap shit until like a couple years ago. Nintendo! Guys. Let me go. Alright, what were we looking at? Yeah, right, start. Let's take that, portal shortcut back.
Let me use my sword! Okay. I always wondered if they put the owl in this game to kind of connect it with Ocarina. Was Ocarina referencing this game instead? I think it was Ocarina referencing this game. Since it came first. It would have been the, you know, this was after Link to the Past, before Ocarina. So this would have been the most recent game. No! There we go. How would you know to do that? How would you know? Okay, now we gotta go to the upper part. Figure this out real quick. The next segment... not this one. We're making great time on the grind for the bow and arrow, guys. Only, 500 more rupees to go. Thoughts? 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 Hello, Kamui. Hello. Welcome to a Saturday sesh of Zelda. Did you know I restarted my entire campaign because I felt bad about rewinding last time, and the audience letting me get away with it? But guess what? I'm making great time. You're getting 3 dungeons today. 3. Count them. Literally 3. Let them get away with it, all of you! You were all complicit! Well, I mean, you know, Dingus, it doesn't really matter that much. No, it did matter. It does matter to me. 200 rupees. We're doing even better. Yes. Don't stop me now. Don't stop me now. I wasn't here, mine. Yeah, Amran has a good defense. I probably died during the night stream, so of course he wasn't here for it. It wasn't me. Let's go this way. Was that all of my keys? Yes, it was. One more seashell and I can go back to the mansion. Ah, yes. My Dwomp friend. Wait, do I damage? Yeah. Whee! I guess you could damage boost that too. Thank you, SCP, for the currency exchange. Hello, sir. I really don't like these bug-eyed fellows. They can be defeated with bombs, but I don't want to waste all my bombs. Or just one-shot them with the Pegasus boots, and don't waste any ammunition. How are you supposed to know that they get one-shot by the Pegasus boots? And I feel like you're not fast enough. Look, I don't think Link is fast enough, even with Pegasus boots, to catch them unawares. I think they just coded the game so that they don't respawn if you tackle them with the Pegasus boots. Oh, wow, this is, okay, there is something in here. Yes, that's true. An extra key? What? I have an extra key. Is it just a humiliation ritual? Interesting. Did I have one last time I went through the dungeon? Is it just like a failsafe? Is there a way to get soft locked, and that is to prevent that? Let's give you an extra key right before the nightmares room. I don't. Okay, I gotta check the VOD now. I gotta actually check if I had an extra key before. Doesn't make sense, you guys. Maybe it's the aptly named Key Cavern, so there's an extra key because fuck you. Nina Nina, you can't find me. Nya, 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 nya. It's kind of weird how the bosses talk in this one. That didn't happen all the time in the last one I played. Okay, I gotta slash him enough to where he splits up, and then you goobify him. Alright, split up. Not yet? Not yet! There we go. No, 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 no! Oh, wow, they take... Oh, okay, they're strong. I do have a potion, don't worry. I used up the potion. Oh, I was one hit away. Yes. Ring the bell, buddy! Ring the bell! Ring it! It's a regard alert, bud. Yeah, I suppose that sounds like a bell, as demonstrated through the technical power of the Game Boy system, released in 1989. We could suffer the color dungeon again real quick. Ooh, how many instruments have you gotten so far? When you play the instruments in front of the egg, the windfish will surely wake, and you will leave this island. Now you must hasten to the Yana Desert. Hoot hoot. Yeah, I was that's where I ended the last stream. True. Alright, hoot fucking hoot. Color Dungeon Redemption Run. There is what's likely a secret shell over here, but I don't think I can... I'm not gonna make that. Like, okay, yeah. I'm confirming for myself I would not make that. I need the flipper. I need a flipper flop. Gosh golly, gee whiz, I sure am close to that bow and arrow set. I could use more bombs, actually. I just feel like they're not common drops in this one. Maybe it depends on the enemy. I know it worked like that in a couple of the top-down games. You always just stole the bow? I'm gonna do that at the very end for a different item to complete the album. But I'm a good old country boy. I can't do that right off the bat. That's not right! It's fucked up even! Right, library. I forget, but we were talking about it last time. Can you do it before reading the book? Does the book, like, activate the ability to do that? I don't remember, you guys. I'm just gonna accept it as... You can't do it until you knock the book off. No, we're not stealing the bow! And I think we're gonna stick with the blue tunic, just for defense purposes. Defense more important than offense when you're going for an deathless ending attempt. Wow, price gouging the bow? They are free in Hyrule, this fucking island. These fucking islanders think they can get away with anything. You think you're so fucking smart? Yeah, the Balloonik. Dingus So Against Death will never play Deep Simulator 1 or 2 or American Depth in the 80s?
I did enough thieving when I played Sly Cooper. Yoink. Alright, where's this fucking graveyard at? Wow, it's right up here. I'm right there. Gosh golly, I'm so smart. That's Robin Hood style stealing. You fucking maroon, like that's Robin Hood style, so like that's justified stealing, right? Leave me alone, leave me alone. When you steal like that's based stealing, actually. Ah, leave me alone. I'm sorry. Oh, was it? Yeah, right and then up. Alright. Color Dungeon Redemption Run. So at a minimum, you need the powder to do this. If you had the bow and arrow, it certainly would be easier. Okay, oh, I probably should get the potion again, at least. I'm right next to it. I was like, maybe I'm missing something. Oh yeah, that thing that keeps me alive. Wonder how many these people would get if you told them people are people restreaming him as like a Robin Hood situation. Yeah, no, he would be pretty mad if you told him that. We're stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. We're giving them a place where they can interact. We need one more enemy kill? Okay, it should be 28 now. Someone named Crazy Tracy would own rats. Someone named Crazy Tracy would be someone that Shroom watches on Wednesday. Ah, yes. Give me a bonus treatment. Thank you for the dingy Fumo. Now we go back. If I can get there. Ah! I think I get a sword upgrade at some point. Why are there so many of them? Wow, guys, it's the dungeon music from Zelda 1! No, stop! I'm not already gonna be dead, please. And the Booblas from Yoshi's Island! Hi, Tanuki. Hello, Tanuki. Legend of Dingus. Yes, I am playing The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX, originally released for the Game Boy Color family of systems. You should check out this newly debuted VTuber who everybody loves and nobody despises, with a pretty good model to boot. It's Tanuki. We checked him out yesterday. He was playing the same game that I was playing, meaning he's super awesome. But today I'm doing Zelda. I actually restarted my deathless run. You get it. This is the only Zelda where you get a special ending if you complete it with no deaths. I'm doing good so far. You can cheat the game if you do like a restart before it like counts your death. But I fucked up last time, so it counted it. So I'm restarting the run. I can die. I am able to die. I just have to restart before the game counts it. So is it truly deathless? If you ask the speedrunner, no. But speedrunner opinions don't matter anyway. I forget what it was that I did here. Oh well. I remember this part. Cheat me? Couldn't be. They reset the game to save time, so they should shut the fuck up. It's called a death warp. It's called a reset warp, idiot. Well, I think the sound bite kind of fucked up there. Oh well. Ah, boobla. Oh man, I wonder where the chest could be. I was told you could still play this version on the regular Game Boy. And you ought to be playing hard mode to do it like that. Boss time.
What a pretty fool! You want more power? A buffoon like you might as well give up and go home!
Ah!
Help!
Why doesn't he like me? I thought Golem liked me. You guys like me, right? Ah, wait. Jumping does nothing! You're supposed to jump to dodge the shockwaves in these kinds of games. Only one hit at a time, no spamming. Not spamming, I'm zoning! I'm zoning you with the tip of my blade. I'm like Marth. Okay, enough of that. Okay, good. I did not want to use that potion right away with the hard shell beetle coming up. Let's go. I wonder if these are the only top-down dungeon bosses that talk. Yeah, see, there are still some Zeldas I've not played. Maybe like Link Between Worlds, maybe. Okay, stop. He's taking away all the tiles. What are the tiles for? Oh, what do we got?
Whoa, it's a map!
Alright, well, dude, chill out. Yeah, the piece of power makes these parts actually a little trickier. Just a little bit. Fit in there.
That's what you get, you dingus. You dingus.
Alright, backtrack out here. Get this way. Oh no, my favorite room!
Wait!
Okay, is it all blue? That's what it was, right? I'm not that dumb. No, hold up. Speedrun, watch. I was sleepy last time. Well, here's the speedrun. Watch. Oh, look. Fuck! Wait. Here's how we can still win. I feel like I'm getting close. I feel like we're getting close. We're almost there. Wait. Check this out. Fuck. We're getting close. Now, look, if we turn all of them red... Remember, I turned all of them red, and then that made it even easier to turn all of them blue? Oh, I got it, I swear. Okay, now all of those are red. We need to pass it over to the middle. You know you're in trouble when you have to talk a puzzle like this out. Wait. Oh no. Oh, I thought I was cooking. I thought I had something. He's dented. He doesn't know his colors. I think I actually got pretty close to making them all red again. Oh, brother! No! That's actually where I wanted it to be. And now look where we are. We got Gugats. Wait. Oh my god, I'm back where I started. I'm just waiting for the how would you know to do that moment. This is where we get mogged. Dude, it was like a speedrun of Color Dungeon up to this point. Actual, factual speedrun. What was even the point, really, of the concept of the color dungeon? Like, what did they really think they were getting away with? Oh yeah, let's make puzzles based off colors. How many color-based puzzles could they have possibly have thought up of? No, they just wanted content for the GBC port. Low-effort content. Meaningless dribble, mouth drooler content. Yeah, well, you can't do it if you're colorblind. Well, there's a lot of things you can't do if you're colorblind. The Switch version adds accessibility, shapes and whatnot to the switches, so you can't just go off of color. But in my opinion, that's also that's against the lore. It goes against the lore. It's the color dungeon, not the shape dungeon. If you want the shape dungeon, go to God of War. The puzzles there are just fit the shape into the hole tier. Damn! Okay, hold up. Did that didn't somehow work, did it? No, because if I do this... Do that. Then do that.
Oh, but I can't have that one. Damn. Colorblind people need to stop making my games woke! True. We gotta deal with them. How about we send them all into the sun, where they belong? What, Dingus? That's kind of a... That's quite the leap there, buddy. It's about sending a message! Okay, Dingus, you can stop playing around. I can solve the puzzle now. Here's the thing, right? There's no reset button for the puzzle. I can't exit. I'm trapped here. So at some point, me whacking the stick is eventually gonna result in the solution. Oh my goodness. Okay, wait. Wait, no, we're onto something. I've been one away from the solution a couple times again? You're not supposed to remember how it was last time. Look. Oh, no. If only this one was this one. Oh my god, we're always like one away. Why is it like this? I'm putting this in the "this is how you dong" play. He'll get it eventually, I guess. I'm gonna look up the speedrunner solution. Okay, wait. Okay, now, look. Okay, this is how... okay, how did I solve it from here? I made them all red, and then I did something, and it was easily solvable from there. Stop, you're pressuring me. How would you know to do that? Okay, I still have one key. Oh, there was another room I missed? Whoa, I'm on my way to the boss. Is there anything else in here? I don't want to miss any items. Yeah, I did get the compass. Oh, I don't have the boss key itself. Oh yeah, this puzzle. that extraordinary puzzle. Alright, well, let's go get the nightmare key. I forgot to go get it. Bad streamer, forgetful streamer. Dingus, dented streamer. It's true. Oh, wait. I didn't even do this one. How would you know? At least I didn't spend a gazillion years on that one. Ooh, I am no weakling, for your pitiful sword is no match for me. I agree. Let's use the powder. Turn him into a blood blob. Bog. Aww.
You get so much more confident in the game when you know what to expect. I should have knew what to expect in the first place, because I played the game before. Alright, Nightmare Key. We're not leaving anything else behind. We can go straight fucking over there. Let's fucking go. And it says there was... Oh, I guess there might be a bombable room? Let's see. Yeah, it might have to be a bombable room. I don't have any keys. Yeah, after that part, maybe? I guess not. Or it might be... Oh, I see, okay. Oh, I see. Okay, it's from the other room. Whoa! How would you know? This'll help me with the bow and arrow. I don't think I got that last time. Technically new content was shown on the stream today. I showed you that room. You didn't see that room before. You did not even know that room was there until I showed it to you. No, wait. There you go. Oh, we gotta do my favorite puzzle first, which is... Oh no, wait. How did I do this before? I talked about... Oh wow, what a puzzle. There's a switch, right? I gotta go hit it. No, it's not a bow... No, it's not a bow skill check. Icopathic. Nintendo game old enough I actually played it. I played the remake and now I'm doing the real version, as some might say. No, there should be a switch. It's somewhere. How did I get to the boss again? I remember the... See, I didn't have the boomerang or the hook shot or the bow, and yet I was still able to fight the boss. How was I able to? Is there not another of these switches somewhere? I know there is a switch in the room, but the blocks are hiding it, and my bombs didn't reach. I'm trying to remember, like, how did I reach it? Am I overthinking it again? I absolutely fought the boss following the completion of the Key Cavern. At that time... I remember reading, I remember saying, oh man, what kind of puzzle is that? There must be... something I did? I can't remember! I'm gaslighting myself. How did I do that? I think these were already lowered and that was up. How did I do that? How did I do that? Did I just toss a bomb? Oh my god, no, that's not gonna work. No, it really is a hookshot boomerang filter. I don't remember how I did this last time. Been too long, the only thing I remember is one of the last dungeons you have to destroy pillars. I didn't figure that out for a long time. Man, I fucking remember these were down. And that was up, I hit it, and then I commented on what kind of puzzle is that? I didn't need the boomerang or the hookshot or the bow and arrow. How could this be? How could it be set up the wrong? Did the game, dare I say, glitched? Could this be true? Those pillars that you can steal from the shop are literally the only two things I really remember. Everyone remembers stealing from the shop. The classic moment of the game. Man, maybe I really did do the boss hard mode then. Getting back in the gym routine, in the chain shop. Whoa, Zookster at the fucking gym, mogging all him? We do a little bit of styling. We do a little bit of styling and mogging, and the like. That's very strange. I'm gonna have to look back the VOD and see how I did that. I think on the old VOD, they were already down, and all I had to do was hit it to raise them up. That is a bow and arrow skill check. That's unfortunate. Who lived here? We lived here. We truly have the best lifters. I've talked to Swole, many Swole people, and we agree. We truly have the best lifts. Truly phenomenal lifts, lovely lifts. Only the loveliest lifts here. Damn, I wanted to do Color Dungeon too, but I guess I'm gonna have to wait till I get the rubies for the bow and arrow. Or if I end up finding the boomerang or hookshot first. Oh! Okay, that is 10. My seashells are all the way over there. Anime on the treadmill, based. One time it was just me listening to Anne on the treadmill. This was way back. We're doing the Papa Dingus Fitness Guest Pass. Yes! I have a potion, right? I do. I hate these fucking birds, man. Wait, I am stuck here. Damn it. I keep going the wrong way. I'm taking like the scenic route to where I actually need to go. You usually watch the Dinger streams on the treadmill? Why, thank you. Whoa, look at this fit boy over here. Yeah, I'm not forgetting the combo. AB plus C left and C down. Oh, wait, you're here? You only show up after Key Cavern? Then I give you to the Bear Chef and Animal Village. Mario would improve his relationship with the bees in Mario Galaxy.
Yeah, we hate bees. Fuck those bees. Fuck them bees. Ah! Okay, we're close to my mansion. Oh, I don't like these guys. Stay away. Ah! Not really needed at this point. And that should give me the 11th seashell. It's a secret seashell! Yes! Only however many more that I have to collect left to go. Okay, but I did do the promised 3 dungeons. Seems like I can't do color dungeon. To like get the bow and arrow. I really don't know how I was able to do it before then, and give myself the hard route, the bow and arrowless, hook shotless route. So I guess I'll get the bow and arrow next time, and then achieve it. Guys, it's time for anime night. I did have the bow last time, didn't you? Oh, no, I didn't. I'm pretty sure I didn't. I'm gonna check the VOD again to be sure. I know for a fact I didn't have the boomerang and the hookshot yet. Yeah, I didn't, because I only did up to... I didn't do dungeon number 4. I only did the first 3 dungeons and color dungeon, and then I was looking for dungeon 4. Because he told me to go to Yarna Desert. I didn't finish that yet. Yeah, so fuck. I gotta see what happened. The switches were already set to down. Are those switches universal? Could it be whatever I did in Key Cavern affected the one in Color Dungeon? There are switches in Key Cavern. I didn't see any other switch beyond the one in the boss dungeon in Color Dungeon. In the room before the boss room in Color Dungeon, I should say. Maybe when I left Key Cavern, I hit it in the preferred pattern, and it affects all of them universal? So when I went to Color Dungeon last time, it just happened to be set down? Who can say, you guys? Oh well. I got lucky last time then, if that's the case. So we're gonna say that's what happened, because I can't think of any other explanation, you guys. Alright. Definitely an experience to use this with the N64 controller. I liked it. I'm gonna continue to play it with the N64 controller. And I'm gonna continue to give you guys streams for as long as I can. For many years to come, you guys. I say that like I'm raising death flags. He's gonna die! I'm only saying that because it's anime night. So I gotta start making anime tropes. You know, the death flag trope? Death flags? Alright, I gotta vamoose. Anne's gonna start. Wherever you guys head off to, I hope you have a good night. Please be safe out there. Please have fun. Good tidings to all, and to all a good night. We're gonna come back tomorrow. A Tailspin tomorrow. Big up Sentry Slayer. Tailspin, back to the Disney games. We're gonna see if it's a ripoff of Twin Bee or not. And if it is, all the better. I like Twin Bee. Alright, Pablo. Take it away.
It's nice to rest your eyes.
Thanks for stopping by. My integrity is saved. I have redeemed myself by restarting the entire playthrough. At least I didn't get too far. But thank you guys for stopping by. Thank you for enjoying myself and to playing my game. Good times was had by all. I'm pooped, as they say. But I'm gonna read the stuff. I know Anne's already fucked off. He's getting anime night set up. He's yelling at me right now in my ear. Dingus, you gotta finish the stream already. I know, I am. Not yet. Not yet. But, let's see if I gotta pop this open. I'll read all the stuff, and then we'll find somewhere to send you. T for Zelda, Leda Ding, thanks for the stream. Have a good night, sir. Later, Dongus. Thank you, everybody. I'm the first person to ever to use the first DOM of that controller. Huh? What do you mean by that? Let me see here. Thank you to Tevin.
Big ol' Ray with the party of 53. Thank you, Tevin. Thank you, Carl. Tier 2, 46 months in total. Whoa. Oh no, it went back to playing the song again. No. Media player. No, the media player did nothing. Razer's ownership of Stream Elements fixed nothing. Oh well. This is like a first world me only kind of problem. The best kind of problem to have. At least I'm not starving. Am I gonna shitpost in chat now? Porto sad? Would you? You're gonna bully me? You should play this game next. Raise that son, if you're not already. Okay, caught up on that. I do appreciate everybody sticking around, stopping by, swinging on, coming on through. Just hanging out on a Saturday night. You could have been doing anything else. This is a big dick kind of night. You literally could have been anywhere else, but you decided to spend it with me. And I appreciate you ever so much for doing that. You haven't played it in years, TBH? You might even perform worse than me. Thanks for the stream as always. Take it easy, Dingus. Where can we send you to? Oh, Shroom finished. GPM finished. Ay. Oh, wait. What do we got? Collab? Collab? Let me take a sneak peek here. What's the uptime looking like? Oh, they've been going for a while. Take it easy, Dingus. Thank you. Praise that son. I got tears in my eyes knowing how much you care. Actually, wasn't... I thought Zaw had a charity thing going on. Did that start today? Zaw did stop by when I was playing Link's Awakening before I even hopped on the mic. And he usually finishes before I do. Let's go say hi to Zaw. Zaw is doing a charity thing, if not now, soon, in the immediate and far-flung future. He's playing Lost in Vivo. You might know what that game is. Might not. Thank you for the stream, Dingus. Thank you, Kaz. Thank you. We're gonna go say hello to Kaz. No, not Kaz. I said hello to Kaz right now. We're gonna go say hello to Zaw. We're gonna say hello to Zaw. But you can say hi to Kaz too if you want. But bye-bye, adios, and meet me time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we did see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, well, hopefully we'll see you next time. I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day. Hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Remember, guys, tomorrow's never guaranteed. Every minute might be your last. So be kind to your fellow dingus. Remember to stay swollen and never stirred. Be well and be swell. The raid message is... I don't know. My brain doesn't work so well. I gotta take my pills. Oh yeah, I actually do. Bye.